I've enjoyed Snap's at a pretty alright spot. I've enjoyed having different variety things. I don't think I want to dig on into another full game like Final Fantasy was, so I'm gonna check out little indie titles like the Hamster Mind game yesterday and this today, all mixing in some of the other RPG gotchas I enjoy playing off stream. It's like a fun way to break up the day. Alright, so this game describes itself as an anti-capitalism RPG with platforming and puzzle game elements. And pretty positive reviews on Steam. The difficulty can be changed at any point. We'll start on normal. Today, I'm going to read you one of my favorite stories. Ahem. Once upon a time, in a realm of lush forests and shivering rivers, there lived a hero named Flint Buckler. For ages, Flint had valiantly pursued his quest to vanquish Tinder, the dragon, a fearsome creature hidden away in her sprawling castle, guarding untold riches and treasures. Flint's battles with Tinder were fierce and brutal, but alas, he never succeeded. Trying time and time again, Flint sought to bring an end to Tinder's reign of terror. Their rivalry had become stuff of legends whispered among the villagers as tales of unyielding resolve. Yeah, the gameplay's supposed to be Paper Mario inspired. Once again, Flint found himself standing before the towering entrance of Tinder's castle, bracing himself for one final confrontation. The familiar fortress loomed above. Flint's heart fluttered with anticipation, knowing that winning this final battle with Tinder would settle their ages-old feud and determine his legacy as a hero. The heavy front door creaked open, the air crackling with tension, and Flint stepped inside. The entrance hall, blanketed in harsh fluorescent lighting, echoed the smooth, jazzy sounds of elevator music. A cheery receptionist greeted Flint with a welcoming smile as he approached. Oh, hang on. This isn't how I remember the story going. Tinder's castle. This will be the time we finally defeat Tinder, then we will earn the respect and gratitude a hero like myself deserves. Something seems different here. Time to find Tinder and settle things once and for all. Welcome to Ever After Inc. headquarters. How can I help you? I, heroic adventurer Flint Buckler, have arrived to defeat Tinder, the fiery scourge of the kingdom. Allow me through to the Dragon's Keep, and I will spare you a humiliating defeat. I don't know of any Tinder here. Do you have their extension? Talking about the Order of the Castle, fire-breathing dragon. You seem to be confused. This is Ever After Inc. We're a company. Certainly no dragons here. Poor Flynn. What's going on? Who are you? I'm Red Riding Hood, the receptionist here, and you look awfully familiar. Oh, you must be... this is uncomfortable. Please wait a second while I phone my boss. Sir, I think we've got a main character here. He's going on about finding a dragon or something. That's me, chat. I'm the main character. Yep. Uh-huh. Alright, sounds good. Our manager will see you now. Please head left through our offices until you see the door with the window of it. Can't miss it. Alrighty. Alrighty then. Do you think they're happy working in their office jobs, chat? Do you think this is better than how they lived previously? You must be Flint. Please head on in. The manager will see you now. Exacto. Thank you for the 32 months. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in. Don't be shy. Have a seat. Boy, you sure look like a fish out of water. I don't know who you are or what's going on, but I'm looking for Tinder the Dragon, the owner of the castle. Bet you are, kid. I know this is very confusing. Allow me to introduce myself. Mr. Moon, the regional branch manager. I'm the manager in these offices, and I know exactly who you are. In fact, I know everything about you. Flint Buckler, fairy tale hero adventurer. Really nothing we haven't seen before. You're pretty run-of-the-mill stuff. So let's address the elephant in the room. Your arch nemesis Tinder no longer owns the castle. We do, and by we, I'm talking about Ever After Incorporated. What is this Ever After Inc. you keep talking about? Can I write with it? You crack me up, kid. We're talking Inc. as in Incorporated. We're the largest conglomerate in the world. The real world, that is. Look at me getting ahead of myself. So all this around you, it's a storybook. You're in a storybook, and your quest to defeat Tinder the Dragon is a part of the storybook. Fortunately for you, Ever After Inc. discovered a way to enter storybooks as part of their mission to expand their brand. Oh, I can play this on Switch. I'm gonna pick it up. Is there a way I can buy this to support you? No, this is not sponsored. They sent me the key in my email, but they are not paying me to play on stream. I've decided I want to play some of the different high quality indies that drop me keys on occasion that look fun. So we're gonna do that a couple mornings per week. So if it looks fun, check it out. So you have two options here. One, you can turn around and leave. Or two, you could join the other fairy tale folks and apply for a job. We're looking for team players to join the Ever After Inc. family. Oh, the corporation is a family, chat. All those other folks in the office used to be just like you. Storybook characters chained to the whims of their creators. Doomed to live out the same tired old tales over and over again. Heck, I used to be a storybook character too, till Ever After Inc. liberated me. Here's what liberation looks like. A children's book, if you believe it. Anyway, kid, truth be told, you human characters are pretty popular with corporate. Just a bit of grit and hard work, and you might even become a mid-level manager like me someday. You understand what I'm saying here? I get it now. It's all a trick! That is an accurate representation of what has been presented. Tinder set this up to trick me into leaving. She's really feeling threatened, huh? Well, the ruse is up. I'm gonna defeat Tinder, but first I'll start with you. So it's really gonna be this way, huh, kid? What a disappointment. Guards! Throw him in the dungeon. I don't have time for deluded lunatics. Yes, sir. Do you want to save the game? Sure. We finally awake. Let me guess, you came to my castle yet again to try and defeat me. And now, in a final cruel twist of fate, I'm stuck in here with you. I couldn't imagine a worse fate. Do I know you? Don't give me that, Flint. You're dim, but you can't be that dim. You're so small. Of course it's me, you fool. Even in this pitiful form, I'm still the greatest and most powerful dragon to have ever lived. You should be quivering in fear. Scourge of the kingdom, but small. 3 Smuth. Thank you for the over 6.5 years of support. I appreciate the very generous tier 2. Is the company dungeon up to OSHA standards? Come on, you don't let the OSHA inspectors into your dungeon. One day, I'm minding my own business when a whole army of these crooks stormed into my castle and started trashing the place. For a dragon like myself, invaders are nothing new. I dispel them regularly with ease. At first, you know. But before I could destroy these brutes, they used some technology to disarm me and shrink me into this pitiful form before you. Ever After Incorporated. Alright. See the collar around my neck? It's restricting my fire breathing and keeping me from doing real damage. But once I get out of this cell and take back my castle, they'll be begging for mercy. Can't you take the collar off? It's indestructible. Oh, no. You think I can't still crush you in a fight? Alright. Alright. Alright, you're gonna regret coming here. Hope you came prepared, Flint, so I'm not gonna hold back. Do you remember how to fight? Do you know how to use action commands? Show me how to use action commands. First, select attack from the battle menu, then choose buckler throw to do that signature move of yours. Was it turn-based? Yeah, I like the jazzy music. I barely even felt that. Do you not remember how to execute an action command? Try that move again, but this time press X right as the buckler returns to your hand to launch an extra throw. Combo. That's it, now it's my turn. When I try to headbutt you, press X before I make contact to block. You can block any attack that way. See how you took no damage? You'll need to try and block enemy attacks or you won't last long. Yeah, turn-based-ish. There's some QTEs here. I've not played Paper Mario in recent memory. A small child at some points. If you get the timing just right, you'll get a perfect block, which will mitigate more damage against harder hitting enemies. Alright, last thing. Before we fight for real, I want to make sure you have your full strength, otherwise it'll be quite boring. Take this donut. You can restore your health points by eating treats in battle. To do so, scroll to items in the battle menu and select the donuts. Alright, I've taught you as much as I feel like. I'm itching for a fight, don't let me down. You can enable assist mode in the option menu regarding an attack you, which will ensure you always succeed on your attacks and blocks. These options are great if you would like a more laid-back experience or just want to experience the story. Build up MP somehow. Jeff, I have a question for decks that people send you. Do you analyze them beforehand? For example, if it's a troll deck like Airship. Usually people just send a deck link with a donation, but if it's something like Airship or something I'm really not interested in playing, I'll tell them I can give them a refund or they can send something else. So humiliating. You got lucky. All right. What do you expect? We have to get out of here. Let's put our differences aside for a second and need I remind you, you're the one who keeps coming to my castle to bother me. The dragon is correct. All I wanted was some peace and quiet. That's not the whole story and you know it. Maybe we're in luck. The goons left the key sitting there right outside the bars. A bunch of amateurs, clearly proper key placement is Dungeon 101. Anyways, why don't you throw your buckler to pick it up? I can obviously get it myself, but doing these dull tasks is beneath me. Alright, excellent. It's convenient that our buckler is a boomerang jet. Alright, you coming? And travel with the likes of you don't make me laugh. I'm taking back my castle, and once I do, you'll be my next target. You better be gone by then. All spinning thermals are made of super glue. It just has an invisible band, obviously. Stand back, Flint. The door is blocked, so I'm gonna bust it down with my trademark fire breathing technique. Drat! The ghastly collar makes my fire mostly useless. No! Can't even fly with the puny wings. You still have your horns. I'm a sad sight, but don't think for a second my fire won't burn you to a crisp if I aim it your way. It's that racket in there. Alright. I told you that would happen, but you insisted on leaving the key there. With what arms am I supposed to carry that key around, genius? You see any? Besides, now my chance to finally earn a promotion I've been gunning for by sending these fairy tale phonies packing. Time to fight. Looks like we have to fight these guys together now that my life is on the line as well. Your bumbling fighting skills simply will not do. Alright. Your wonton buckler throwing might earn you a spot in the circus, but it's not going to get you very far in battle. Drink this coffee. We gained mocha points, which can be spent to perform powerful attacks. Use them wisely. You can refill your mocha points by drinking any caffeinated beverage inside or out of battle. And that meter right there shows your synergy points, which are used to perform special maneuvers as a team. Right now, we can only use our synergy points to restore a small amount of HP and MP. I love that MP is mocha points and not mana points. Synergy points are recharged as our confidence in each other increases through performing action commands and blocks. You can recharge a small amount of SP by using Encourage, which is found in the tactics menu. Alright, let's smash the eggs, gamers. Oh, I can switch who's attacking. Okay, what are your attacks do? Large stream of fire into the front two enemies, moderate chance to burn them. Brutal headbutt that knocks out the front enemy. Oh, I can overfill it. I understand. Okay. Mistakes remain. Hit all grounded enemies. Oh, I missed that quick time event too. God, that's embarrassing. All right. We won't fuck it up this next time. I understand now. I understand now. Oh yeah, there are blocks as well, aren't there? Retreat! Well, Tinder, you fought well. I didn't I? No thanks to your help, even in this form, I still got it. Alright, anyways, I've decided we can travel together, but only because you clearly need my protection. Only I'm allowed to defeat you, understand? I'm coming with you to ensure these corporate goons don't get the job done before I have a chance to. So you're saying we should team up? Absolutely not. We're temporarily working together to get out of here so I can banish Ever After Incorporated from my castle. Then we can get back to fighting and I can finally destroy you. Alright. As I said, I'm not joining the party. If anything, you're joining my team. Don't forget it. Anyways, as you know, I can breathe fire only a little bit, though. The Ever After ink color prevents me from wreaking havoc like I'm used to, but I can still ignite some flammable objects. For example, unlit torches and ragged banners like these. Press square to activate my flame and use left and right to aim. Try it out now. Try burning anything that looks suspicious. You'll never know what you find. Excellent. They barricaded the door shut again. We'll have to find another way out. If I remember correctly, there's a secret passage somewhere in this room. Let's find it. Excellent. Uh-oh. Looks like the way forward is block Tinder. How do we open this? How should I know? Do you really expect a busy dragon like me to know everything that goes on in her dungeon? Kinda, yeah. Hardly ever come down here. You break into my castle so much that you probably know the place better than I do. There's probably a switch around here, you know, basic stuff. All right. Now we're washed in the literal sense as opposed to just the figurative sense. Oh, wait. Aha! Victory is mine. The panicked look on your face tells me that I'm gonna have to explain how first strikes work. Do you want me to? Nah, I'm good. Okay, your funeral. I assume that just means we should throw our shield at him when we walk up to him. There's also a donut back here, it would appear. They can deflect my attacks? That's cheating. That soldier with the shield, as long as he's holding that thing, he'll block any attacks on him or enemies behind him. Luckily, that shoddy wood is no match for my fire. See that soldier in the back? He's armed with a sharp weapon and will deal damage to anyone who tries to get close. A range attack like your buckler throw can disarm him. Do this before having me attack, okay? One last thing, you can press triangle, swap our positions in fights. You might want to be in front so I can deal with that shield first. All right. Oh, so I shouldn't have used my MP there. I should have used my regular attack. Our parries are not going so well, chat. I don't think this ends well for our dragon, right? Because he's got... Yep. Okay. Could I have skipped attacking there? I should have. I didn't block. Missed blocking him. Oh, I need to hold it longer. Oh, we have the synergy thing at the top too. I haven't done yet. That's true. Can I use items outside of combat? The Green Ranger. Thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Let there be a coin. Let there be a coin. Oh, these are breakable too. And a treasure chest? I never understood why you installed all these obtuse puzzles around your castle. It's a bit tacky, I must admit, but in my youth it was the stylish thing to do. Wait, how old are you? 1,342 years old. Ah. We got a new attack. That's fun. You found a trinket. Do you mean to explain how trinkets work? Sure. When equipped, trinkets create special abilities that will make us more powerful. They can be anything, ranging from new moves to special bonuses in battle. You and I can equip our own trinkets, and we have a limited amount of slots. Trinkets can only be equipped by a certain character, and some trinkets can equip to anyone. To equip a trinket, Press the menu button and then navigate to a quick. During battle, you can research enemy to reveal their health bar. You can find this ability in the tactics menu. Along with permanently displaying the enemy type's health bar, you may learn other important information about how to fight them effectively. View all your research enemy in the bestiary section of your journal. Can you collect them all? Wilker, thank you for always being here. Good morning. Morning, Celester. Fragile shells and fragile egos. If you crack one shell, not even the king's horses will put it back together again. Oh, can I research? If you're just joining us, this is Escape from Ever After. It's like 20 or 25 bucks on Steam. One of those fancy one-time purchase games. One of these days I'm gonna hit a block, chat. It's gonna be glorious. Nope, today is not that day. I feel like I don't have a good visual on what the timing window looks like for... Why not fair? Because I held the button too long. You have to hold it for exactly the right amount of time. There is an option to turn those types of things off in the menu. Oh, can he not Flaming Fury the back one? You've lost a team member. Until they're revived, you'll be unable to swap them out. If both team members fall, then it's game over. Don't panic. When a teammate falls, you can use the other partner to form a health share. That teammate will give half the remaining health to the fallen partner. To execute a health share, press triangle. The catch is you'll need 1 SP to do it. The fill on it's weird because it fills, but you have to hold longer than it fills. And then if you hold it too long, it cancels the attack. Oh yeah, that's the save. All right, I think I'm actually going to... Where where are the options? Game. I was gonna turn, oh, there's guard feedback too. I was gonna turn these down as successes. I don't really enjoy that game mechanic, and I like the design of, okay, you could just not experience it. That sounds great. We'll let the sweaty gamers do what they want. It even tells me I'm amazing, chat. Look at that. Oh, we can research them already. That's great. Lovely. Rather than attacking into the... Yeah, I think having timing window dodging sounds great for sweaty gamers that find that type of thing fun. That sounds not my cup of tea. So let's just toggle it off. This is a Paper Mario inspired indie game. It's called Escape from Ever After. It's available on Switch and Steam. I'm currently playing it on my PC with my PlayStation controller. D20 Bandit. So we're being a bandit here in Hoaglandia for the last over 6.5 years. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's true. For people saying Nintendo lawyers, it's on the Switch, chat, so that means Nintendo approved it. It's also on PS5. Sweet. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Usually when there's PS5 buttons integrated natively on the PC, it means that it's gonna have PS5 support. I think it's really unfair to Nintendo to say that they go after anybody who uses their IPs in anything, because Pokemon didn't do shit to Immigration's Custom Enforcement and DHS when they co-opted the Pokemon anime and song to dehumanize immigrants, so... It's not that they go after anyone, it's that they only go after people who are small time that they know they can bully with their lawyers. Let's make sure we set the record straight. So many things to break in the environment. Flint, this is one of those exceedingly rare situations where your skills might come in handy. We need to light both of these torches, but since we can't reach the one over there, can you try throwing your buckler to carry my flame across the gap? All right. Ooh, that's fun. Delightful pastry. Pastries. Oh, I missed the first strike there, Chip. If things are looking tough, you could run away from most battles. To do so, navigate to the tactics menu on your turn. Be warned, however, if you fail the action command, you'll end up wasting your... Oh, I can fail to run. Some battles, such as bosses, cannot be escaped from. Hey, D20. I hope your gaming has taken you to enjoyable places. Thank you for the minis this morning. Boop. Ooh, a bunch of breakables. The ever important question. Is that the way forward to the right, or is this the way forward up here? So which way do I need to go to collect all the things? Doors locked tight. Hang on. These fools didn't even replace the locks. These are still my locks. How embarrassing. Luckily, I keep a spare key in my treasury room to the east. If Ever After Inc. is as incapable as they seem, the key should still be there. Let's go. All right. Alright, so this is the extra way then. Aha! Chance to dodge when health is low. I assume we don't need that with the extra settings turned on. Oh wait, dodge is different than block, right? Drop that one down to the ground. I like that it tells me I'm amazing when it auto blocks for me. It's very kind of it. Listen up. You see that Ever After Inc. copy machine over there? That's a save point. You'll want to save your progress when you see one of these to go back to that point when you die. Save your progress before exiting the game. I don't want to hear any whining about losing progress if you don't. That's a vending machine. They've installed them everywhere. Pay its cost to restore all HP and MP. You want to use vending machines too when you're running low. Oh, is that what we use the coins for? I like a practical application for my coins. 10 coins! That's highway robbery. Does people think I'm made of money? Figuring out my Z-axis there. Oh. Boop. Boop. Alright, team, grab as much as you can carry. This is one of the only treasure stores that Ever After Inc. hasn't found yet. Alright, boss. Hey! Get your hands off my gold. Your gold. This stash used to belong to a dragon named Tinder. You confused or something? We got as much right to this gold here as anybody else. I am Tinder, you fool. Yeah, right. Tinder's supposed to be big and intimidating. Well, look at you. You're not fooling anybody, bud. Tinder, relax. Let's talk it out. Nobody messes with my gold, least of all shrimpy rodents. All right, pal, that's your gold. Tinder or not, it belongs to Ever After Inc. now, and well, they're certainly not gonna miss if we skim this one little stash. Maybe we'll give you a cut if you quit your whining. 3 seconds to scram. Let's fight. Get real familiar, are we sure? All right, we're waiting. Bring it on. Let's fight the rats. It's stacking time. Alright, so we need to fire breathe the shield. Oh, I should probably research the rats at some point here, yeah? They each have 8 HP. That's so many HP, Chip. I think the burning does too, yeah? So if we hit this twice, it should die. Oh, and they don't do damage if they're not stacked up anymore. Oh, the burning only does, it does 1 damage on 2 turns. Got it. All right, so we need to hit him with the shield first, so that way we don't take a damage when we run up. Give HP and MP boost to the team. What does this do? Ooh, fancy. I feel like we should make a point to do that whenever it's full. Yeah, we've been spewing on that resource. It slowly fills back up. Choose a bonus. I would like the ability to push more buttons. We give up, you win. You're lucky you still have your whiskers, but alas, the mighty and powerful Tinder is feeling merciful today. Is it really Tinder, huh? How the mighty have fallen. Look at you, you're a shrimp. I mean, you're much smaller than we expected, that's all. Once I get off this collar device, I was forced around my neck, I'll be back to my normal imposing size. I certainly won't be to fight along my sidekick here. Speaking of fighting along a sidekick, chat, I appreciate the people that are going to fight through these adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds, Twitchers. We're going to play another hour or so of Escape from Ever After this morning, and then we'll be snapping into the afternoon. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out this morning. Appreciate the early crew that's here for some variety this morning. If you're watching on the YouTube side, I'm turning off the auto ads now that I forgot to do earlier. I think for the next little bit, this is gonna be our stream schedule. We're gonna do some type of variety for the first hour or two in the morning, and then we'll do 3 or 4 hours of snap in the afternoon. This is not a sponsored segment, just for clarity's sake. One of the perks of my job is I periodically get game keys sent to me in my email. And I've always wanted to do some of them on stream for the ones that look higher quality like this, but it's never made time. And I've enjoyed breaking things up. So we're playing some of those. Like we played Hamster Mind yesterday to start. Yeah, this has been cute and good. Maybe at some point we'll take suggestions from chat too. I don't really want to dig into anything that's like Final Fantasy VII deep again for the short term at least. But I think I like filling out with these other shorter things, showcase some smaller projects that are good. Nah, it sounds great. I think that's I mean that's why they send out the keys, right? Hoping that we'll play them. Especially for smaller, like this is a small indie team, right? Like go support people making good games at reasonable price points if this looks like your cup of tea, chat. That's part of the other reason why I would like to showcase the higher quality polished indies like this. It's a good way to help people making good things at reasonable prices make some money. All right. Sidekick. Well, we've been promoted from not teammate to sidekick, so that's nice. You've been collared ever after Inc. really did a number on you. Don't feel bad. They've done much worse to much stronger storybook folk. Be grateful they only neutralized you. Who are you mice anyways, and why are you down here? We're the Three Blind Mice. More specific like, my name's Nickel. I'm Penny, and I'm Scratch. Nice to be acquainted. Three blind mice, seemingly not blind. Heard of us? We're loyal employees of Ever After Inc. now. As for why we're down here, we're not so loyal that we won't skim some gold off the top when an opportunity arises. You're from a book of nursery rhymes. Why would you leave a cushy place like that to go work for a horrible company like Ever After Inc.? First off, notice how us three blind mice aren't blind anymore? That's right, dental and vision insurance. Them optometrists fixed us right up. Yeah, I had a few people recommend Blueprints. I don't think I saw Day9's played a bunch of that one, so maybe at some point. It's been totally destroyed, of course. That's kind of what this company does. They come into a book, sap the world of its resources, employ the characters they deem able enough to work, and leave the rest a wreck. Oh man, chat, too real, too real. Storybooks are an untapped market, valuable resources, cheap labor, and most importantly, profits to be made. It was only a matter of time before someone did something about it. That's insane! Who do these scumbags think they are? I'll tell you who they think you are. They're the largest conglomerate in all the universe. They're not from storybooks like us. They're from the real world, and they can do whatever they want. Maybe so, but once we get out of this dungeon, we're taking them down. Are you out of your minds? This isn't some fairy tale, folktale no more. It's over. You're done. And believe me, they have little tolerance for rebellious main characters such as yourself. That collar they forced on you, that's just the beginning. You can't win here, fellas. Sorry. What do you suggest we do? You want to make a difference? Get a job. Work your way up. You can do far more damage to Ever After Inc. from behind a desk than from inside a jail cell. They want to domesticate us, shit. Nice knowing ya. Bye. Seriously, guys, consider what the boss is saying. If we hadn't complied, we would have been disappeared with the rest of our story. Well, Tinder, what do you think? It's ludicrous. You can't seriously be considering getting a job. Just get out of here. After that, you can do what you want. My spare key is in that chest. We can use it to escape the dungeon. All right. Ziz. Nice. We missed the first strike there, Chip. Unfortunate. Oh yeah, we were definitely spewing earlier, not spending this energy points. They refill real quick. Before we leave, we need to talk. I thought about what those mice said, and well, I agree that we should get a job with Ever After Inc. Seriously? What changed your mind? As much as it pains me to admit, in this form, I can't fight like I used to. And even at my best, with the technology this company possesses, I've just never seen anything like it. I don't think we can win. Their tech is pretty crafty. I admit that moon guy seemed to brush off my buckler throw pretty easy. Yeah, that's not saying much. But you see, we're not getting anywhere until we can find a way to get past their technology. We could just leave, but this is my castle. Well, it means something to me. Besides, you heard those mice. They won't stop until the entire storybook is wrecked from their greedy meddling. The best way forward is to work here, act like we belong, and find a way to take them out from within. It's the only way. Adventuring just isn't going to be fun anymore with this corporate meddling and things. Good. With my intellect and your... With my intellect, we can play the long game and figure out a plan to take Ever After Inc. down for real. No, you're not calling me a stupid nickname like that. We may be doing this together, but don't mistake this temporary partnership for friendship. Noted. Let's go find this moon dimwit and demand a job. Maybe I should do the talking. I come off a bit nicer. Let's get out of here and go straight to his office. Halt! Do you want to save the game? Yes, please. Thanks for bringing these troublemakers to me, boys. Flint and Tinder, come have a seat. So, Flint, you broke out of the dungeon, and to top things off, you busted your old pal Tinder out as well. What am I to do with you? Actually, I decided I want a job here after all. In fact, both of us want jobs. Well, that's fantastic! Oh, he's so happy, chat. The higher-ups are gonna be so pleased that I recruited a new human employee. So, Tinder, you're on board with this as well. No hard feelings about the collar. Looks great on you. I'll murder you! You sleep for disrespecting me like this! How dare you oversize? Ahem. I mean, yes, the collar is acceptable. I want to work at your incredibly interesting, not evil at all corporation. It's always been my dream to be a loser desk jockey at this bottom-feeding institution. Glad to hear it. So what happens now? Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. You need to apply like everybody else. But since I'm a busy mood, I'll just cut to the chase and interview you both right now. I'm simply gonna ask you a few questions to get to know you, and I want you to answer as best you can. Easy stuff, right? Okay, let's do this. Welcome to your job interview. As you know, my name is Mr. Moon, and I'm gonna be your manager should you be working here. Now let's get right to it and start with the softball question. What's the name of the company you're applying for? Correct! You know your stuff, kid. Way to go. First thing I want you to know about working at Ever After is that we're all just a big family here. we support each other. That means we come in early, and in fact, most folks like to stick around after hours, too, to get their work done. That's just the kind of place we are. We work hard, we play hard. It sounds like they just work a lot, champ. All right, next question. Why do you want to work here? I'm passionate about corporations. I'm a people person to get rich quickly. I can tell you seem like a stand-up guy, Flint. I think you'll fit in really nicely with the others here. Okay, good. Here's another one for you. What can you bring to the company? I can throw my buckler pretty far. Big ideas, problem-solving skills. Neat. How far are we talking? 100 feet. Don't really believe you there, kid, but I love the confidence. Last question. What's your biggest weakness? I want to burn this company to the ground. You absolute joker, you crack me up. I love a good sense of humor. Well, kid, that concludes the interview. Let's see how you did. After assessing your answers and weighing my options, I've made my final decision. You're hired! Congrats, both of you. We're excited to have you join the family. How much does this job pay? Whoa, what a great question. Such a great question, in fact, that I just remember I have an important meeting coming up shortly. Starla, my secretary, will take care of things from here. Go outside and see her, and she'll set you up with a desk and give you the lay of the land. And please don't be a stranger. If anything's on your mind, you're welcome to swing by anytime. See you later, folks. Hello, Flint and Tinder. Congrats on the new job and welcome to our company. I'm Starla, the manager's secretary. We'll be starting you off as interns. Here are your employee badges. Keep them with you at all times. Unfortunately, we don't have a cubicle available for you. However, we found some unused space that will suffice as an office. Please follow me. Welcome to your office. Apologies, the arrangements are a little dingy. The storage closet is the only available space we have for you at the moment. It's a big closet, at least. Here's your computer. You can check your email, decorate your office, and more. Once you get settled in, please check your email for your first task. If you work hard, someday you can get yourself a promotion. Good day, Flint and Tinder. Did you hear that, Flint? Let's bide our time and play along until we can work our way up the corporate ladder. Is anti-capitalist platformer referring to the game or the gamer? Yes. What's going on, Punchworthy? Good morning. And once we earn their trust, we find this company's weakness and BAM! We destroy them. Guess we should get to work. You handle the work, I'll handle the scheming and plotting. But you're gonna sit there and do nothing? Pretty much. My mind's too sharp for this white-collar drudgery. Baby going through 4-month sleep regression, I crave death. Yeah, that's a tough one. It'll get better, and then it'll probably get worse again. There's a lot of variation in that, but like, I feel like sleep regressions can be, thinking back to my 3, they can be off and on through like as many as like 2 or 3 years, honestly. It varies a lot kid to kid. Godspeed, get you a good caffeine. Hey buds, it's my birthday and I'm gonna throw a raging office party in the break room. Dear friend, wondering what to do with the shiny coins you've been collecting, come visit my little shop in the courtyard. Excellent. Mental health emergency, Mother Goose. I read an article on the internet that said improper lighting could lead to eye strain and depression. In other words, the dim lighting in this office simply will not do. Well, can someone please light the torches for a more natural glow? My son, who is 6, has locked in. I'm mostly getting up around 6 to 6:30, and I've craved death for a long time as a result. I mean, at 6, they're definitely old enough to be told, hey, go downstairs, watch TV, get yourself a snack or whatever for breakfast, and don't wake me up yet. Oh. Haley's my 5.5-year-old. She's pretty good about that. Once you settle that, I'd like you to report your employee training onto the balcony. All right. We bought an alarm clock that has colors. When it's red, the 3-year-old knows to stay in the room and play, and when it's green, they come wake us up. That's a good system. Hey, son, you look young and with it. Do you mind helping me for a second? My email is gone. Your email is gone? Yeah, it's just gone. What do I do? Of course, the cable. I'll give it a tussle. Thanks for the help, son. Here, take this as thanks. I'll never understand all you young folks and your gadgets and your gizmos. Back in my day, we talked face-to-face with one another. Whatever happened to a good old handwritten letter? Oh my god, it's actually office culture. Oh, it's you! I mean, hey, Flip, my man, did you come for my birthday party? Yeah. Oh, it's no use hiding it, I'm a failure. Nobody showed up except for you, and you're not even popular. The office party planning committee is supposed to organize these things. I was expecting to show up here with a huge crowd and decorations set up for me. How could they drop the ball so bad? Well, maybe you're just not that likable. I mean, look, I'll talk to whatever committee if you want. You're such a pal. Head to the party planning committee. There's the fairy with the yellow jacket, a few crucibles over here. You get her to arrange my party, and then I'll share a gift or two for you. Oh, we have side quests. Alright. He said trading was on the balcony. Is that out here? Nope. Cafeteria balcony. Okay, it's back that way. I do enjoy the jazzy soundtrack. Welcome to the company, intern. My name's Helga, former Viking turned customer service representative. Employee onboarding specialist. With the same valor that wants to find me on the battlefield, I now passionately resolve customer issues and train new employees. That sounds not very exciting coming from a Viking. Fear not, intern. While my days of sea surfing adventures are behind me, I assure you the battles we'll face here are just as thrilling. Together, we'll navigate the treacherous waters of time management, conquer demanding deadlines, and emerge as a cohesive team that can weather even the most tumultuous corporate storm. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, lady. And this bozo, we communicate fine. Thank you very much. Tinder's right, we're pretty experienced. Can you teach us anything a bit more advanced? I can sense the warrior spirit burning brightly within you. Perhaps I shall teach you about synergy attacks. That's right, you can use those synergy points for more than healing. With sufficient teamwork and effective communication in battle, you can use the synergy to execute brutal attacks. Please meditate with me for a moment, and you shall discover the power of corporate synergy within. Nice work, intern. Those skills will be available to you as long as you have enough synergy points. Each of you has their own unique synergy attacks, which will involve your entire team working together to execute. Would you like to practice these new skills now? Show me. This is a practice dummy. He has infinite health and will never attack. No need to hold back. He enjoys this. Alright, what was this one? Each member of the team comes to help. Press and hold the button shut. Oh, I like the mini games inside of Whatnot are fun. How do I run away? Tactics. Run away! That concludes your training for today. You can come see me when you like to practice your skills for free. Oh, I almost forgot! Throughout your travels, you will find ink bottles with these. You can come see me to upgrade your attacks. Here's one on the house. Collect these to upgrade your attacks and become stronger. Now that you've been trained to go report to Mr. Moon for your first task, you should be in the courtyard right now, leading his yoga class. Good luck, intern. In addition to letting you practice your mode, Helga will let you spend any found ink bottles to upgrade your attacks with minor enhancements. These upgrades will be crucial to your survival as you encounter tougher foes. Oh, of course they take more than one ink bottle. Got it. Okay. Ah, nature. Grass, fresh air, the open sky. I hate all of it, but my therapist told me I should go outside more. It's Mr. Moon! Visit my two favorite new employees. We just finished up our yoga session. Great job, team. See you all tomorrow. So how are you two settling in? Going well, thanks. And how about you, my fire-breathing friend? Everyone here makes me want to rip my scales off one by... I mean, everything's fantastic. Learning about the email system was truly invigorating. I can tell life in the office is just one non-stop adventure. Well, that's excellent. Glad to have you folks aboard. So anyways, I have a challenging assignment that I think you two would be perfect for. Have you ever heard of the Three Little Pigs? Ever After Inked was recently hired the pigs to lead a major construction project. We're building apartments in their storybook. Once they're done, all the fairy tale forest critters will be able to live comfortably in luxury high-rises for a very reasonable cost. There's one problem though, some of the locals aren't happy with the construction. They're refusing to vacate some land that happens to be prime real estate, even though we're only trying to make their lives better. So your job is gonna be go into the storybook and talk to these locals. See if you can't convince them to reason A from one fairy tale character to another. Why us? Are you sure you can trust with such a big task? I like to think I can see the potential in people, and I see it in you. I'm gonna be real with you fellas for a moment. I know how you're feeling right now. Before I worked for Ever After Ink, I used to be a storybook character as well. Believe me, I know adjusting to this new way of life can be challenging. As you should know, many of our employees come from stories that are very violent or unhappy. Characters like myself joined Ever After Ink to get away from all that for a happier, stable life. All that being said, though, I want you to know you can come talk to me anytime. I'm here and I'm on your side. Excellent. Call me Mr. Moon. Head over to the library. It's just to the east of the entrance hall. Our copy of the Three Little Pigs is being prepared for your entry as we speak. Maybe stop up on some items before the cafeteria before you go. Hey, never hurts to be prepared. Yeah, this is on Switch and PS5, I believe, in addition to Steam. I enjoyed Paper Mario. What's the combat in this game like? It's turn-based with optional. It's turn-based with optional quick-time events. My library, it's still here. All my beautiful books just where I left them. What a relief. Library that you could read? Did you ever stop to think that I have hobbies outside of fighting you? And if you and all those other washed-up heroes left me alone, I'd be quite content living peacefully among my books. Leave you alone, you terrorize the kingdom. I have to fight you. Is that what you think? Clearly you're misinformed. Shh. Keep it down over there, would you? It's a library for Pete's sake. Be quiet. Hey, what's going on, Pluto? This game is really charming. It's the last game I finished. Nice. Hello, Flint and Tinder. Welcome to the library. This machine behind me is called the Telepager. It can send you into the world of any book. Hazmat, thank you for the 15 months. Good morning, good morning. That is any book that the company approves. Personal trips are not allowed. Of course, stop. Here is your assigned storybook. Of course, to get home, you'll need a copy of the book we're in now. The Adventures of Flint Buckler, a familiar story. Excellent. So we're in this storybook right now. I'm holding the whole world in my hands. If I destroy this book, will everything cease to exist? No, once the story is written, its world exists. Book copies just serve as portals into those worlds. Whoa, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around this. What? Our storybook is named after you? Are you kidding me? My entire life purpose is to serve as an antagonist in your story? Please excuse me while I have an existential crisis. We're all just a side character in someone else's story, Chip. Oh, we've made it to chapter 1. We're through the prologue. I'm in my own story. I'm a deeply annoying character in Christie's story, chat. Alright. According to the story, there's a big bad wolf we gotta watch out for. If some mangy butt's the worst thing to happen here, then I say we're in pretty good shape. Come on, the construction site should be pretty close to here. Hit all grounded enemies. Excellent. Oh, I guess I should take a second to research all these people, yeah. So we know how much HP they have. So that sticks with us. The MP being mocha points and not mana points takes a very different light now that the characters are working 9 to 5. Absolutely. Absolutely. They drop prizes. Oh, how do we get up there, chat? I thought the coffee and donuts consumables were delightful food-based art choices. Turns out they too are complimentary. Yep. Or commentary. Yep. Excellent. We do be platforming. Rude! These dorks can have ranged attacks? I guess we're almost max on synergy points, right? So I should do this to get our mocha points back up. I'm gonna use the fire breathing to break the shields. Many coins, so little time. Caution, bomb plants are highly flammable. Do not expose to fire or you will get hurt. Excellent. Oh my damn it, don't tell me how to live my life. We do what we want, shit. All right, before we get up here to our first little pig, we need to take a brief pause for the cons, let some adverts roll on Twitch so they don't happen in the middle of a key scene. Thanks everybody for hanging out for some variety this morning. We're going to continue escaping forever after for a little while here, and then we're going to dig on into some Snap-a-lapping. Appreciate the folks that are here early for some variety in Hooglandia this morning. I do wish I had an option for it to continue to play music while I'm clicked off checking things during the ad break. Is the soundtrack such a wonderful little bop? You know, I don't have any explicit plans for when we make it over to the snap segment later this afternoon. So let's say if there's any snappers lurking that would like to send a deck in, or if you have something sweet I should consider for when we get to snapping, feel free to send me links or send in a formal donation to guarantee it. Take a few things. The mixture of keys and horns in there, and their soundtrack is very pleasant. Oh, there's a second. There's there a cop pig on the second floor back there? It looks like it, yeah. Or at the very least, it's wearing blue. Looks like a police uniform. Oh, look, chat, the cop's a pig. You know, in the literal sense. You Flint and Tinder, corporate said you'd be coming. Ugh, why do they always gotta send these inexperienced nitwits to meddle in our business? I'm Pudge, and that's Officer Boar up there in his straw fortress. Hi there. Building a defensive structure out of straw is certainly an interesting choice. I warned him building the gatehouse out of straw was stupid. Bro, the straw is totally impenetrable. It's, even fireproof. It's the latest engineering breakthrough in security technology. Yeah, save it. Where's your third brother? Our little brother doesn't really deal with trivial matters like this. He runs the whole operation. The construction site is just up ahead. Follow me. Officer Boar, open the gates. This one's on Steam, Switch, and PS5, I believe. Oh, we should have checked if we could burn it down. Welcome to our construction site. I'd give you the tour, but I got better stuff to do than escorting a couple of gawking city slickers. So here's the situation. We got this contract, see? Ever After Inc. bought all this land to develop it into prime real estate and hired us pigs to manage the project. Problem is, there's a dingy village of wolves resting on a prime plot of land and they ain't leaving. Wolves? Yeah, wolves. Truth be told, it'd be easier to just bulldoze the darn place, but it would look bad for corporate. So you gotta convince their leader to accept our offer. What's the offer? We'll give the wolves a 5% rent reduction on our apartments once they're constructed for a duration of 1 year. I, for one, am shocked that the wolves have not agreed to this. Pretty darn fair for some good-for-nothing furballs, if you ask me. Their leader is over here, and he's a real pain in the you-know-what. Come with me. On the last day of Grand Arena Google Beats, people are just, like, spewing their tickets out. If they can't play them, they're conceding them, because you get points for losing games. So they're just maximizing what they can get out of their tickets. It's not even purely selfless in terms of donating, like they just don't have time to play, and they don't want the tickets to go to waste. My name's Wolfgang, renowned musician of the woods and current representative of my current townsfolk. How do you do? Doing okay, thanks. I heard you were having some doubts about Ever After's construction project, so they asked me to speak with you. What seems to be the problem? It's nice of you to come all the way here, but our happy little village is perfect the way that it is. I'm no landscaper, but we like our trees green and our water blue. God, listen to this fucking communist chat. Likes green trees and blue water. Next thing he's gonna say he likes fresh air to breathe. Just a personal preference though, no judgment towards you folk who like things, well, a little browner. It's understandable, but have you considered the incredible offer you'd be getting? 5% off all rent once apartments are finished. For the duration of 1 year. That's right, 5% off rent for 1 year. It's a really kind offer and I appreciate it, but we're pretty happy in our humble little homes right now. He's not buying it, Flint. What are you gonna do? Sympathize with him, threaten him. We're a corporate overlord, chat. We should cut right to the threats. Look, pal, if you don't agree to these terms and vacate your land, then things are gonna get very difficult for you. Difficult? How so? Corporate's gonna have to come in and mess things up, but I wouldn't want you to end up taking a dirt nap if you catch my drift. Oh, I love a good nap. No, I mean, corporate's gonna come in and take you for a drive up to the farm if you don't comply, do you understand? Hey, I'll never say no to a road trip. That's it. We've tried things corporate's way, but I've had enough. To the heck with this red tape. We're gonna go in there and bulldoze the entire village tomorrow with or without permission. Now you three nitwits need to get off my construction site. None of you are welcome here anymore. Officer Moore! Everything all right over here? Get this washed up hero and his shrimpy lizard sidekick out of here. What did you just call me? All right, folks, come with me. Don't make things difficult here. Sorry, but you've been banned from the premise. Boss's orders. Well, that was a bust. Those pigs are gonna pay for calling me a lizard. A lizard! As if the greatest, most powerful dragon in the world could ever be compared to the likes of a common reptile. I'll show them who the lizard is. I'm burning this place down. I told you earlier, the straw is indestructible and fireproof. You won't be getting through here, friend, and you should feel really bad for making fun of me earlier. Dang it. Calm down, okay? So what's the plan? We can't get back into the site and we've failed to negotiate. Forget the job, I'll get my revenge and rain fire upon these pathetic pigs. Sure you will, Tinder. Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, but thanks for standing up for me back there. Oh yeah, no problem. We were definitely standing up for you and not to protect the interests of our company. You're too kind. Allow me to officially introduce myself. Wolfgang, the self-proclaimed virtuosic superstar. The greatest musician in all the woods, but I'm sure you've heard of me. Nope. You haven't? Well, not to worry. You don't have to feel bad about your lack of musical taste. I don't judge. Hang on. Do you happen to be related to the Big Bad Wolf? So you have heard of me. The Big Bad Wolf is my stage name, of course. I'm big, kind of. I'm a wolf, most definitely. And I'm bad to the bone. Excellent. Uh-huh. But none of that matters now. That pig said he's gonna bulldoze my Humble Village tomorrow, and I've gotta stop him. Okay, I have a plan. I'm gonna get back into the construction site and peacefully convince the Pig Brothers to spare our lovely village. How do you plan to do that? With my wit, charm, and musical virtuosity. Flynn, I'm thinking this construction project seems pretty pivotal for Ever After Inc. We've been looking for a way to sabotage them, and I think this is it. If we could just get past the straw gate into the construction site, we can destroy their equipment and mess up their plans. Time for some corporate sabotage. Since you're the Big Bad Wolf, can't you blow that straw house away by huffing and puffing? You know how the fairy tale goes? What a strange question. No, I can't blow a straw house away. I don't really know what you're talking about. But seeing as how we're both trying to get into the construction site, maybe we can team up? I promise I won't bite. Flynn, you're not seriously considering letting this hack come with us. I don't think I can stomach another clown in the group. I'll be outnumbered. Tinder, think about it. According to the story of the three little pigs, the Big Bad Wolf is the one to blow the pigs' houses down. He might not know how to do that right now, but the fairy tale says he eventually will. So we should stick with him until that happens. Absolutely. Alright, you're in, Wolfie. I won't let you down, I promise. My main skill is music. At any time, I can whip out my lute and use it to harness the power of nature. For example, I can play a song to make sprouts grow. Press square to bring out my lute, and then play the sprout serenade using the arrows displayed on the side of the screen. Excellent. Just this song. I thought you were a famous musician. I'm working on it. But I'm a quick learner, so if you encounter any more songs in my adventure, I'll be sure to pick them up. Stellar. So what's the plan? First, I gotta get back to the village to warn my fellow wolves that the pigs are coming tomorrow with their bulldozers. And construction workers sometimes hang out there. Maybe one of them can help us get back into the construction site. The village is this way. You can now swap between partners while exploring. Press triangle to cycle between them. Ah, okay, so we can, if we need fire versus music. If you're one of our regulars just joining us, we are currently playing Escape from Ever After. It's a charming Paper Mario inspired RPG that's on Switch and PC and PlayStation. You can also swap between companions in battle. Press square to open the swap menu and choose a companion to switch out. For the first round of battle, you can perform an instant swap to have a new partner take their turn immediately, meaning you can switch them around at no team cost. However, in future rounds, you'll have to spend an SP to swap. Otherwise, your swap will use the character's turn. Every character has their own strengths and weaknesses, so don't hesitate to swap them out as necessary. We can swap out Flynn! We need the fire to break the shield. Approach the front enemy and play a shrill chord that knocks them into the back, piercing defense and ignoring shields. Ah. Shoot a seed and grow it into a tall, sharp vine. Well, that's fun. Let's see what this other attack does. It is like Paper Mario, but we're mad at the government. Corporations, chat. We hate the corporation and we're currently destroying them from the inside. Look at us. Look at us doing stuff and things. Alright, there goes a few tries. I love when overworld pathing makes allies walk off cliffs and stuff. That is very amusing. Rocks are read. Ooh. Coffee and cake? Oh, baby. Wow, we're gonna destroy a place called Happy Hollow, chat. We really are the evil corporate overlords. Can I platform up these? Looks like it. Throw a buckler and jump on top of the enemy with the stylish maneuver. We'll ignore the angry unicorn for now. Look at all the happy wolves, chat. We're gonna help corporate bulldoze their village? Welcome to my hometown, Happy Hal Hollow. As you can see, it's a peaceful little place. What town? All I see are some crude little huts. Alright, Tinder, that's enough. Hey, Wolfgang. Hey, new friends. Welcome. Hey, bud, look, we don't have a lot of time, but I'm at the construction site talking to the 3 pigs. They're coming to bulldoze our village tomorrow. You gotta do something and fast. Those pigs are the kindest neighbors ever. In fact, one of the pigs is here now, touring the village. What? Yeah, just over yonder. Me and my boys are excited to be moving next door. Of course, future neighbor, it's my pleasure. This building's our library, the hub of several activities, from Bentley book club meetings and bingo nights and... Yeah, okay, I get it, let's go. You catch on quick, that's amazing, let's continue. How's the land surveying going? You know, I can't stand it in this place, right? Absolutely filthy. Yes, sir, it's going good, boss. My new friend is showing me around. Oh, hello, other future neighbor. Whoa there, keep your flea-ridden fur away from me, but Officer Boar. Listen up, wolves, we're here, or your 3 little piggy neighbors now. Don't bring your filth anywhere near me and we'll get along just fine. Goodbye, sweeties. Duke Porkington III being protected by the police while harassing poor people. What a nice guy. Can we continue the tour now? He's been nothing but polite and gracious the entire time. The fascists are always polite, chip. The pigs are only pretending to be interested so they can learn more about our land before they bulldoze our homes. Hey, fur-licker, mind your business. We just kicked this guy off our site for trying to bite me. He's lying here. He's a menace. You're the liar. The tour is over. Get off our land. Yeah, whatever. I don't got time for this. I'm coming back. Trust me. These pigs are a bunch of tryhards. Their whole villainous shtick could really use a bit of subtlety. Wolfgang, you scared him off. I hate to see you so worked up like this. Just relax, okay? Anyways, I hope you enjoy your stay here at Happy Hal Hollow. Yeah, so I didn't mention this to you guys, but my fellow townfolk here really don't understand the dangers the 3 little pigs pose. In fact, they really don't understand the concept of danger at all. They're all the kindest folks you'll ever meet. They're just a bit... dumb? No, they just like to see the best in everyone. Anyways, let's ask around a bit. Someone's gotta be able to help us. Our windmill is currently out of order. Without our main attraction, there's not much to do here, but I hope you enjoy your stay. Personally, I don't mind the construction happening nearby. It'll be nice to have some new neighbors. Aren't you worried they're going to tear down more of the forest or expand to bulldoze the village? Of course not. Those piggies said they would only clear a couple of acres. Why would they lie? But they've already cut down way more than that. I saw the destruction on my way over here. Well, I'm sure it was an accident. This is a big misunderstanding that'll be cleared up in no time. Three blind mice? Well, 2 of you. What are you doing here? Oh, it's Flint and Tinder. I suppose you grew up braiding on a job after all, huh? We're just here following the next paycheck, and it led us to join Ever After's next big construction project. Are you here to beat us up again? Because I'm not in a fighting mood. Can't even get a proper drink in this dump. They only serve juice. Can you believe that? What's wrong with juice? So you're traveling one of the wolves now. Too bad their village is going to be gone by tomorrow. Just got word from the boss. So you're working at the construction site? Maybe you can help us. Long story, but we've been banned from the site and we need to get back in. But that straw gatehouse seems indestructible. Anything you can do? Yep, the straw gatehouse is something, isn't it? There's only one way that I know of that'll take it down. Fantastic. How do we do that? But if you want our help, you're gonna have to help us first. You see how pal Scratch has run off and he's probably got himself lost somewhere. You find him, we'll tell you how to get past the gatehouse. Sometimes Scratch gets paralyzing anxiety when he's alone. You might need to snap him out of it. Excellent. Scratch is definitely in the village somewhere, so don't be gallivanting off to the woods, you hear? Alright, we gotta go get the mouse cheese. The setting in this game is really adorable. Don't mind me just breaking your boxes and stealing your stuff. Every time Wolfgate looks sad, I want to destroy corporate a little more. Hey, it's my house. Love what you did with the place. Quite minimalist. Let's be honest, this is nothing short of unhinged. Make yourselves at home. A poster of your favorite musician. Yes, my favorite. I assume the rats are just in one of these buildings. Sorry, mouse. Windmills are town pride and joy. May I see inside? No! I lost the key. Please don't hit me. Where'd you last see it? I was helping my pal Charlie with his garden on the west side of town. We're on it. The rat's gonna be inside the windmill, isn't it? Better stop calling him a rat before he files an HR complaint. Something like that. Or they're like side quests. Some of these characters have... Oh, the library is how you jump back and forth between places. That makes sense. I say his garden was over here. We're looking for a key to the windmill. We were just talking to one of your pals and I dropped it here. Oh yeah, we were mucking around in the planting vegetables and fell out of his pocket in the dirt somewhere. And if we dig it up, it's important that we find the key. Sorry, but planting the sprouts was a lot of work. I can't let you dig them up before they're ready to be harvested. You know what they say, though? Patience is a virtue, so why not wait here while the sunshine helps these plants fully grow? All right. It's a good thing. It's a good thing our one song is incredibly useful. Some enemies have defenses that reduce damage they take. Attacks with Pierce can ignore defense. Make sure to research foes to see their stats. Let's do that. Research on the top ones. Raging Flying Tomato, knock it down with a range attack. Got it. Alright, none of those are lined up. Oh, our synergy thing's all filled up, huh? Oh, is that press and hold? Did I do that wrong? I think I read it wrong. Okay. It'll be all right. Excellent. I am gonna continue stacking up MP. I'd like more action points. Hey, we found a key. Excellent. Poisonous and very tricky, these angry mushrooms populate the forest of fairy tale stories. And they're both burning, so they're gonna pop off. How much does the anti-capitalism cost? I think it was 20 or 25 bucks. If I recall correctly. Wait, the anti-capitalism game charges money, it's not free? I would argue that free games are more capitalism than charging a singular price for an entire game. All of the games that make the most money are free, chat. That's what capitalism dictates. Excellent. I came here with my pals, but then I wanted to check out the windmill. I hear it's a big tourist attraction. Then the door got locked behind me and I'm afraid of heights, so I'm paralyzed with fear. I'm gonna jump, it's the only way. Wait a second, is that cheese you're carrying? I just need a taste, and then I think I'll be okay. He just needs a little bump chat to talk him off the ledge. Thanks for the help, buddy. I'm gonna head and find my pals now. They must be waiting for me in the tavern. There's part of me that's curious how much more the messaging gets. Like, we're in the first chapter, we're dealing with construction companies bulldozing culturally distinct communities. Mood. All right. Well, that was a fun little session. It's 10 after 11, so I think I'm gonna run upstairs and grab some lunch, and then we're gonna get, speaking of games that are free 99, we're gonna get We're gonna get Snap-a-Lappin' when we return. That's Escape from Ever After. It's on Switch, PlayStation, and Steam. Shout out to them for sending me a game key complimentary. It was a good time. Cute little game with fun mechanics. Check them out and support an indie dev by buying one of those fancy games that's a one-time fee. I'm gonna take a slightly longer than normal ad break while I run and grab my lunch, gamers. BRB. I have a complaint. That segment of your stream cost me $25. LOL. Your BRB gamers. All right. I feel like playing a start this morning. It's one we haven't touched in a minute. Let's try this. I have not caved on the Mobius bundle yet, but we'll see. It's got time.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
punished for doing this proactively. Honestly, I think the way this deck is, I kind of want to eat the demon to try and find Carnage to clear this out. I want to do this in this order, actually, right? Because she always looks at the lowest, and sometimes she's bugged, so if these are equally low and she can't fit here, she would not go anywhere, I think. Well, good news is we're guaranteed to draw. Oh, I would say I need to draw an even cost card, but I actually don't. We already discarded with Blade. Let's clean out the center a little bit. Yeah, you got me there, but Phantom X means I'm winning the center. Okay, so would I rather Uncle Ben with the Venom? I think I'd rather Morrow, right? We can do both. I don't want to pull points into the center for them.
Victory.
Well, it's a damn shame. Oh, wait, they have priority. Part of me wants to just drop this, but if they don't play a 1-drop, which isn't a guarantee, that would be bad, so I guess we chill. All right, well, their Galactus is hopefully never triggering.
Who they dig up this time?
What do we think of Nico eat Venom to try and draw our way into like Proxima and Wild Child next turn? I think I'm into it.
I see the way. Great power comes.
Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe my check to Broad must have cleared this week, huh?
Victory.
Man, that avatar is creepy AF, huh?
Assemble.
I think we do this turn, yeah? Because it guarantees Proxima goes here. Although, if I do... I was gonna say, I could do this turn and then try to Lady Death Strike them center. But he's gonna get 2 points from the shield, which makes that worse. Proxima always goes to the lowest power location, so she'll drop into deep space here once I have this here and this here. Demon middle. I don't think I'm contesting middle. I want to play for the left and the right. Although this potentially changes that dynamic. We'll see. Oh my. Well, that's probably quite good for us.
Great power comes. Victory.
And games like this one are why I've really enjoyed this build of this deck in the past, because like we're not like all tech cards interactive, but we've got like just this dash of disruption that makes the deck feel really consistently competitive.
Oh, snap.
That's a fun random for us. Uncle Ben is really good, yeah. The limited time game mode shots typically stay open for 2 days after. Think I'm chilling on doing nothing here still? I should probably just play this out. Moon Knight here is highly probable to take Moonstone if they have it. Rats. I was hoping to have priority there.
Assemble. Great power comes.
Probably can't beat 14 here. I guess like Moonstone plus Sam could get us. But they didn't have either of those earlier when we Moon Knighted. They would have had to draw them in a pretty specific window.
Victory.
And someone promote this deck. I've been seeing a lot of ongoing surf today. Yeah, it was my highlight video this morning. Deck makes consistently very big numbers that can go over the top of things like Star-Lord.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
You see, chat, I posted a highlight with the Surfer deck this morning, and then I'm out here playing a deck with Lady Deathstrike today. Really making sure we warp that meta and then use it to my favor. It's diabolical. That's insider trading, and that's a crime. Listen, chat. It's very clear at this point that insider trading is not being considered a crime under the current administration.
Great power comes.
Put Phantom X over here, where he's safe from this menace, or where he's safe from other interaction because of this guy. Cerebro 3, no, they're a Kitty Pride deck. Not Cerebro 3. Martha Stewart angrily shaking her fist. Yeah, something like that. Morrow is a lovely draw. You know, maybe I should have played the Moon Knight last turn as a disruptive element. It's close. Have I discarded a card yet? I've not. Right. At'll do, pig. At'll do.
Victory.
Wild Child and Proxa Midnight both buried for us and still putting out small right numbers there. Every time I queue up with Phantom X, I'm always just like, have the, man, this card's way better than its play rate implies. The supporting cast around it always feels like so incredibly reasonable. Uncle Ben is like unironically one of the most underrated interactive cards in the game. It's so lovely. All right, next ad break, we'll have to spend some credits on.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, we played some Lidley bounce variations since he was buffed, and I've enjoyed them. Oh, Icebox is super sad.
Opponent snapped.
A skill game shit. Ooh. If we do this, actually, I think I have enough time to vet him again. I would have extra energy from this, too.
You are mine. Great power comes.
All right. Well, they have their whole deck in their hands. I guess we're doing this, but if they have bonuses lined up for, if they've got bonuses on Galacti, we're probably cooked. We just don't really have any decent direct interaction for that. Gotta hope that 23 is enough on the left, so it'll come down to how many bonuses landed on their Galacti. I assume we're dead here on average, though. Maybe all of the Morrows go on the Shuri. And the Galacti is smaller than 10. By George, I think we've got it. We needed one Morrow trigger on the Shuri to win that, and we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray! Didn't even have her namesake chip. Nico Binaru, the silent hero there, giving us the second copy of Venom so we could push through. All right, well, this has been super fun. I want to do another leg with this, and then I am looking for viewer deck submissions, chat. Send me your deck picks if you've got something sweet for me to play. We're going to take a brief pause for the cons, let some adverts roll. I'm going to run my leftover hummus upstairs back to the fridge so it doesn't go bad. We'll be back with more Phantom X afterwards. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, be sure to tap the like button on whatever video's in front of you. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Yeah, unfortunately, Wild Child and Morrow are pretty important for this one. All the bits that add up to giving you enough points. On the topic of Uncle Ben being underplayed disruption, Lady Deathstrike is also very good disruption relative to how frequently she's played. Yeah, that's a good take.
Oh, snap.
And then you had like a dash of Moon Knight occasionally tagging a key card out of an opponent's hand, and like this deck has a sneaky amount of interaction in it in proportion to like the number of cards that are like commonly played as interactive elements. I think I'm okay with this. Probably have Carnage eat Nico and the squirrel in the middle. Oh, that makes copying Carnage a scotch worse. Opponent's playing Aeroship, by the way. For those not paying attention. Could you float instead of copying Carnage to get 2 Phantom X? Yeah, I mean, we could have, but... I'm gonna decline being greedy and just get rid of the loot cage proactively here. Bob, thanks for always being around. Appreciate it. I feel like it's hard to get 2 copies of Phantom X on the board and activate them. You just usually have other stuff to be doing. Oh man, I drew the Moon Knight I wanted for Christmas.
Great power comes.
Okay, and this drops Proxima Midnight and on the right, and then Phantom X lets me win center and right. Good night. Sleep tight. I'll see you and good day.
Victory.
I really need a variant for this card. Need to keep an eye on that. I need to check. There's I'm really close to a bundle variant. Oh, you know what? I really just don't want to play 800 games against Aeroship. I'm gonna take my win and just go find my joy somewhere else.
Escaped.
It was a really sweet last turn. Yeah, you go from like looking in a pretty awkward position to like suddenly swarming the board with a bunch of points quite fast. None for my favorited one. I'm really close. If I recall correctly. Where is it? Album. Is it this one? Yeah, I need three of these variants to show up in my shop to buy, and then I'll get this guy. How does this deck beat something like Finfang Foob? I mean, you're pretty good at putting smaller cards up front, right? And a lot of our numbers aren't coming from putting big points on the board. Oh yeah, I should check here periodically too. That's a good call. Honestly, with 2 of these, and that's an album variant, I might just buy that, because there aren't going to be a ton more refreshes up here. I still have enough to buy one more.
Mastery.
Get the emote. Nope. Man, if you just like... If you want a wonderful example of several paragraphs that sum up just how truly soulless and terrible people that voted for Donald Trump are and his barbaric policies. Stacey Bradley voted for President Trump because of his border policies and likes that he has restored law and order. However, last month, the federal government bought a warehouse next to her cheerleading gym in Arizona, and she is concerned that the children who train at her gym could see people in shackles next door. Like, how much of a soulless cunt do you have to be to, like, the thing you're worried about is not the dehumanization of the people being rounded up, but you're upset that your children might see the reality of what you voted for. I wanted them in shackles, but I didn't want my kids to have to see it. That's another airship gamer today. There's been so many of them this morning. I think it's these two, add 3 points here, and then we'll like Lady Death Strike the left plus Demon next turn. We had 3 points here actually. Hey, what's going on, Brian? I am looking for some viewer deck submissions today if you've got something sweet for me. Oh, we lose because Spider-Man can't get generated. Sedge. We've been the three most stat, and that's honestly, I think this showcases part of why I really like this deck and why it's been competitive for me, is like our three best sources of stats are Phantom X, Wild Child, and Morrow. And even with all three of those being buried, we lost this game because of a tech card and still we're only down by a point. Two technically, we lose the breaker for one more. But like still an incredibly close game despite the things we're looking to do being buried on the bottom of our deck. Wait, there was a Darkhawk in that Aeroship's deck. Yeah, it's a tech card for the Aeroship mirror match. There's enough of it here that they probably want to do that. Strange Supreme. This is a name I haven't heard in a long time. What do you think of this? I just have Morrow and Proxima Midnight I could both draw. I feel like I want to put this here still. Just so. Space Stone lets them get into the right. Yeah, but it makes them commit a 6 energy play to get into the right, which is not negligible. And they have to draw the Space Stone. And they have to draw the Space Stone and have it survive Strange Super for a turn. Cosmo getting used in the center seems quite good for us.
Clear for takeoff.
What do we think of this? And then we like Lady Deathstrike plus Demon plus Phantom X? Oh, we're so close. They're getting +2 in the center from the Strange Supreme. Damn. Needed a copy of Morrow there. Proxima is off the table because of Stardust, but Morrow would have given us that extra little push we needed. Hey, Roof Toilet. Thanks for always being around.
Oh, snap.
Good morning, good morning. I put is playing a 12-card deck. Is that legal? Is that allowed in Marvel Snap? I was not aware.
Opponent snapped.
Nice. Hmm. I had to stop watching the variety segment because I went and bought the game and didn't want spoilers. God bless. I think it's this. I think it's this. I kind of want to wait until they play something center, though, yeah? It's close. Oh, yeah. Super happy we waited, huh?
Great power comes.
Damn. If Spider-Man would have pulled her to the right, this wouldn't have flipped up, and that would have been real funny. Yeah, they're definitely Star-Lord Hella. I don't know that we're gonna be able to put out enough numbers to keep up with that. If we Moon Knight their Hella, they die. Yeah, it's like pretty specific though. Unlikely outcome. Alright, bro, do your thing. I'm really glad this deck is bad, because it is one of the worst gameplay experiences Marvel Snap offers. It's not particularly close. Oh yeah, that's true too. With Titan in play, trying to Moon Knight the Hella isn't even an option. Hey, Brian, thanks for the next submission. We're going to play a few more with Phantom X, and then you'll be our second one today. Thanks for the primer, Slinger. Appreciate the support. There's a lot of great people you can send that to on Twitch every month. Folks like you sending those this way is a big part of why I'm able to do this as a job. Thanks for keeping me around. And honestly, I'm sure that experience is why there were so many people that were miffed about Star-Lord at the start of the season. Like, it does add more decks to the game that are kind of dry to play into, where there's not a lot of counterplay, even if they're not particularly good. It's just people have such a hard time being willing to say, I just don't have fun playing against this, and they always have to turn everything into a power level perspective. It's like, it's okay for it just to be like, yeah, it's just not fun, so I'd rather not play against it. It has to be, that thing's too good, so you need to nerf it because it's too good. It's just like, well, it's really not. think I take the opportunity to Merc Sunspot here. Although it could be right to Venom the left before Star-Lord flips up and takes the bonus off of Nico. Having priority here, though, is nice because it means that I get to disrupt a Grandmaster or an Arnim Zola. Oh, does Uncle Ben pull off, let Nico get the bonus? It does, doesn't it, right? Because the throne room applies constantly, so he'll pull Star-Lord off, and then she'll go to 16, and then he'll eat the 16. As is, like I said, they're leaving once we, like, tickled their sandcastle. Like, their deck's not very good, and it's not very consistent, but it's also just, like, it's not super interesting to play against, so I'm not interested in playing 6 games here against someone who's sweating 2 cubes in the Proving Grounds or wherever we're at. Yeah, the Proving Grounds. Take your silver ticket, go inflict your deck upon someone else. I'm gonna go to the next one. I beat you once. God, I would pay a lot of money for Deadpool's Diner to be an always-on game mode. I desperately want an always-on casual mode where I can play best of one and people are incentivized to not retreat. It's just like, it's really all I want out of Marvel Snap at this point. A casual, always-on game mode where there's no incentive to retreat. I'm actually pretty sad it's been like 6 months and they haven't brought back Deadpool's Diner V2.
Opponent snapped.
They're about to Cosmo the shit out of me, aren't they? Man, that's annoying. Am I just supposed to do this now? Part of me wants to Moon Knight them. That's close, though. It's probably right to just kill the Borrow now. We killed the Moonstone there, though. And waiting here means I get to do this now. And I get to kill the Uncle Ben as well. My cope is that they haven't brought back Deadpool's Diner because that type of snapping is just going to be the ladder in the future. I would really love if that's the case. This is about to be a fucking slaughter. Come on, grab Mr. Fantastic, Peter. Even without grabbing Mr. Fantastic, we might be winning here.
Great power comes.
Oh, yeah. I want it all, and I want it now. Do 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 do.
Victory.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sanctum could be a good always-on game mode as well. I feel like they would need to iterate on the Sanctum ban list a lot more in order for it to be a good always-on game mode. And they could definitely do that. But I think in its current state, Sanctum Showdown is a good bit less balanced than like the average regular Marvel stat metagame tends to be. And that's purely because of the lack of iteration. Every time they iterate on it, it gets a little bit better, but that's definitely how I feel about it. Yep, that's what we kind of been like slowly playing through the decks that are like here in my backlog, and this one's honestly one of the older decks now at this point. It's been in here for a little while, and yeah, honestly, Bao, this deck is such huge Jund energy Like, we even have Moon Knight to make our opponent discard, but we just, like, got a bunch of really good on-rate cards with disruptive elements. Yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah, that's a good call-out, Travis. Diner is a mode that doesn't have a ban list, which makes it more ripe to be a ladder format. Agree. I love the mixture of little things in this one. Good morning, Seth. Howdy, howdy. All right, we have our viewer submission for the morning. Got a variation on Shulao Bounce, it looks like, featuring Maverick as a Shulao payoff. Chavez, good synergy there as well. Electra is spicy. I guess there are a lot of sunspots and things of that nature lurking around at the moment. Kitty Pride. I'm curious to see how Kitty Pride feels. I feel like I've been kind of whelmed by Kitty and Bounce in recent memory, but she's been good in the past. I'm definitely willing to give her a try. But my gut reaction going in is I expect I like her less than another disruptive one drop, but definitely worth playing some games with, I think. Yeah, she is good with Lockheed, is true. And she's technically a Shulao enabler. It's just usually with 6 regular 1-drops, you're okay. I'm just not gonna get that one done. You're okay to trigger that type of stuff anyways. How are we doing on ad roll? We should take an ad roll before we dive into this so it doesn't come up in the middle, huh? All right, gamers, we're gonna take a pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. We're still looking for a couple of other viewer decks today. If you've got a sweet one, send me a link in the chat, drop it on Untapped or something like that. Or you can send it along with a tip as well. Appreciate everybody hanging out for some snap this afternoon. We'll see you in 120 seconds, so go anywhere, gamers. Oh my goodness, chat. Did we see not only has Prince Andrew been arrested for his ties to Epstein, but his brother put out a statement saying the law must take its course. God, we're being out-no-kinged by fucking Britain. Imagine living in a country that has accountabilities for pedophiles. What's it fucking like, you cares? The Monster Paws. Thank you for the 28 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. For the record, he's no longer a prince. I don't care. If I say what his actual name is instead of Prince Andrew, nobody would know who I'm talking about. Formerly Prince Andrew. Sorry, apologies. South Korea gave life in prison to their president who attempted a coup. Yep. Deeply jealous of all the other functional democracies in other parts of the world. Deeply jealous. Gamers, if you're coming back from that ad roll on Twitch and you think ads are annoying, they are. If you want to get an ad-free viewing experience on the channel, I'd encourage you to check out our sponsor, Foundation Galactic Frontier. Not only do you support my content by grabbing it from the link on Android, iOS, or PC, but if you get your energy core up to level 13, you can get a free gift sub to the Twitch channel that gets you ad-free viewing for an entire month, and it gets you access to the entirety of the Hoaglandia Discord server. Which, speaking of that Discord server, it's the second to last week of the month, I've got some season pass keys to give away in the announcements channel of the Discord server, as well as in the Marvel Snap general channel. I'm going to throw a February key up there that you can enter on shop.marvelsnap.com. As always, fastest fingers wins, thanks to the regulars that are always hanging out. Google by me, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate you taking the time to re-up the primer. Murder a Quinjet? Don't mind if it does. Shoop, there it is. Ninja Dave, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Nervin, thank you for the gifted sub. That's very generous of you. And just for the sake of clarity and transparency, shout out to Second Dinner for providing me with codes to give away to the community. They hook us up at the start of every season. God, we're so bad at drawing one-drops, chat. I guess we'll play 2 cards to trigger Shulao. That's fucking terrifying. Are we in danger? We are absolutely in danger. Oh my goodness. Huh? This is 9. Yeah, skipping on 1's a good suggestion. Probably cooked. They got 3 rocks here. They got the bad stones, but it was still enough, unfortunately. Yeah, the old Infinity Space Stone, something that's not a trip around the world. Kitty, 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 kitty. All right. 5 out of 8 to draw an extra 1-drop for next turn. I think it's like this into beast the lot of them back next turn. Marvel Boy's not so good, very bad day here. What a non-disgusting Surfer Starlord deck. We only play disgusting decks here at Hoaglandia. Thank you very much. What if we... If we do this... And then, like, next turn, we beast the lot back? I hate that. Although it makes the sequencing with Shulao kind of clunky. I don't think Marvel Boy's being played this game. Probably not. All right, we hit the 50-50. It's a pretty big Shulao.
Opponent snapped.
It's gonna be 15. Oh, I can't kid him. Probably dead. I used Maverick already. We used Maverick on Beast on the turn prior. Which is probably a mistake. But... how big does Adam Warlock get? Pretty fucking big, yeah? I think big enough to beat us. Oh my goodness, I needed one more point over there. That's so sad. If we'd have dropped Nico over here and then Shulao the Sable. It is really weird that they put Havoc and Theta in the same location, though. Like, we could have won this game with how my opponent played their cards out, but we shouldn't have been able to win this game if they played it better. The opponent definitely should have split Havoc and Theta across different paths here. Because like if Havoc goes here, they're at 39, and then I can't win even with slightly more points here. This deck's probably bad, but it's a fun high roll. Fuck Ice and Donald J. Trump. Go vote. Thank you for the tip, Seth. Oh, Seth, I didn't get a link with your submission. The more important message came through, though. Drop me a link in the chat. All right, and then Dan sent something in as well, so I think I'm going to close submissions for the time being until we see how all of these go. With two more ones in hand already, I think we play her on the first turn. This is actually net me cards. I get 1, 2, 3, 4, and I get 1 extra draw. I think that's worthwhile. You whispered me. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, me, oh my. That's a fun one. I don't think I have time for bouncing everything back with Luke's bar, but I'm going to bounce the Sable at least this turn, I think.
Avengers! Assemble.
Damn it, Lockheed. When their -1 power, Maverick kicks up to 7 immediately. All right, Lockheed, you got 2 decent targets this time around, bud. One's better than the other, but just not Captain America again. This fucking guy, chat. Lockheed is the reason we can't have nice things. See, chat. Lockheed knows that the British are currently holding their rich and powerful accountable for breaking the laws, and that the United States is letting them run rampant. Thus, Captain America needs to be punished. Which, honestly, who can blame the dragon? It knows what's up. If you haven't seen the opponent's deck before, it was the highlight on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel this morning. Did we sneak one past it? Maybe? Nope. Lucky they didn't have Brood there, or they'd have really put us in a trash can. It would not have appeared close. Really fun ongoing Surfer variation. It's also symbolic that Captain Carter looks heroic and that Captain America is nullified. Mood. Suave. Thanks for being a knight here in Hoaglandia for over 2 years now. Welcome back. Good afternoon. All right, we're gonna no one drop on 1, so we can double one drop on 2 to trigger shoot loud. And if we find a third one drop, we can go toxin plus that. All right, 4 one drops and 7 cards, gamers. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Now, Weapon X in play, our 1-drops are certainly in danger this game. Gonna need to be thinking about Killmonger as a possibility, which, honestly, maybe we just play the 1-drops out into Clintar next turn and let them get soaked up. That might be the line. Although... they could be a Morgan deck, right? If they're a Morgan deck, they're Killmongering this turn. That means that's why you would play the demon out here, yeah? So I think I do this. I could also do this. I think I like this better. All right, Lockheed, you owe us some 50-50 wins. Damn it, Lockheed. Damn it, Lockheed. Well, I mean, I guess this is strictly better, says local man about to be Killmongered. A lot of points on the right, but I assume we're just playing for breaker. Poor little Lockheed trying his darndest. Good job. Good job, Lockheed. He tried. In the trailer for Toy Story 5, the bad guy is an iPad. God bless. Ooh. Hey, Silence, when you're linking things like film things or things like that, don't link them on social. One, don't link Twitter. Fuck Twitter. But two, you should link like the original source, not third parties on sites like that that are just like farming ad revenue off other people's stuff. It's less important when it's like a big corporation for something like Toy Story, but it happens a lot with smaller stuff too. They sure, thanks. They're one of my longtime sponsors, a company called Into the AM. Make a ton of great graphical designs. Enjoyed wearing their stuff and working with them for a little while now. All right, your Anya has been Electra. The center location is Fisk Tower. When do you pack it in as the move player? Soon, assuredly, yes. I think it's this into a bunch of freebies with Toxin next turn. Oh, and Limbo makes us pivot the game plan here a little bit. Because now I want to reuse Beast, I think. All right, Lockheed. Damn it, Lockheed. Have you watched the movie How to Train a Dragon? Because based on the last few games, you really need to. LOL. I think I want to guarantee the Shulao, yeah? We guessed right that they want to move the Human Torch rather than leave it exposed to Lockheed again, so that lets me Electra the Vulture this turn. We definitely needed to draw for Shulao, huh? Speaking of Twitter, to the surprise of absolutely no one with a brain, a group did an independent study, and they found that people who used the For You tab consistently on Twitter had their personal political leanings consistently shift to the right, while people who used their following tab on there had no marked difference in how their political leanings ended up. And like, obviously, given everything Elon Musk does, like, that's not really surprising to anyone. That's why he bought Twitter as a platform, was to put his thumb on the scale, but it's nice to see it formalized. It's been a little bit since I've seen Move Tribunal. Nice to see us outscale them a bit here in their 7-turn game. Part of me was a little bit sad to finally park my Twitter account at the end of last year, but I can't say that I've missed it. And I can't just delete the thing because they'll give my handle to someone else who will start using it pretending to be me. So just leaving it parked with a pinned message is the only option. It's just such a worse, like, even if you could ignore all of the right-wing bullshit that's happened post-Musk, like, the platform itself is just markedly worse after Musk's takeover because of how many things he cut out of it. And as a point of reference for people who haven't heard me talk about it before, my Twitter account is 19 years old. Like, I was on the platform a long time. Okay, Grandpa, let's get you back to bed.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I can't believe I submitted my first viewer deck and have to watch Jeff get crushed by the first Killmonger I've seen in over a month. Sometimes it do be like that, gamer. I think I want to bounce Nico back to my hand ASAP to maximize my ability to find a location reroll and get rid of Limbo as a surprise, if possible. Oh my god, it jukes the dagger here too. That's so funny. Maybe we're not killing Limbo? Boop, there it is. This is gonna make their dagger really big, but I think it's correct. Oh, did they forget to move their dagger? Oh, the locations changed. So the web slinging followed the locations. Oh, that's so good for us. Yeah, the web slinging was tied to the location. Okay, we do all of this, and then next turn, we dodge the Cosmo too. Perfection. So this is plus 18, casual. Hey, Jeff, do you think you'd ever decide to drive an all-electric car? I feel like the market's been screwed up thanks to America's greed, and the average American can't afford an electrical vehicle. I mean, that's definitely the reason why I don't currently own an electric vehicle. The price of mid-size electric cars 5 years ago when we bought the last car that my family bought was like considerably out of our price range. At the time.
Victory.
The only reason my family owns two Nissan vehicles is because they were $0 down and 0% interest when we bought both of them. You can get Chevy Bolts for like $20,000 now, right? Can you put 6 or 7 kids in a Chevy Volt? Because that's the type of when I eventually buy another car, that's gonna be like a requirement. That's like a 7-person minimum. A driver plus, you know, 6 other seatbelts. How big are the kids? Yeah, it's like that's my point, right? Like those are most of the EVs are like little cars. Hopefully Rivian has a plant in the town where I live. Hopefully they keep doing good stuff. You'll be our second one, Seth. After this one, unless you'd prefer later. I have you and one more. You were the next one in line, though. Man, the Electra's been kind of fucking insane. Yeah, like there's no way I'd ever spend $90,000 on a car. That's just like not remotely feasible. Small mistake here from the opponent. If they would have put Terrax here, they would have given us 2 rocks and them none. Limbo has been our personal hot location today, yeah. They took our Shulao with the peak, which is not great for the home team. Maybe Iron Patriot will deliver.
Hey, I found a rook.
I'm rooting for Rivian's success 30% because I like their cars and 70% because I'm anti-Elon. Yep, mood. What a mood. I saw / read something that I thought was really interesting from a conceptual level is Hank Green in one of his videos was talking about the idea of what's the word I'm searching for? The idea of an all-electric car that has a gas generator on it that charges the battery. So like the engine and the components are technically all electric, so like you get the benefits of like not having to deal with a gas engine, but you can still put gas in it for a long trip to like do distance from gas. And something like that from a pure technical perspective seems like it could be neat / the future. Don't think we're quite big enough in the center. Hey, good luck at the rest of your games today, Andre. This is -1, yeah, so we're one short there. Sedge. Close game considering our dragon was taken away. Isn't what Jeff just described a plug-in hybrid? So correct me if I'm wrong, but existing hybrid cards tend to have gas engines in them, right? Or is my understanding of that not correct? I'm not a big car guy. I had just never heard the concept described before. But my understanding was hybrid cars have gas engines in them. Yeah. My hybrid has a gas engine. Yeah. Yeah, like gas engines come... Yeah, like the concept I'm talking about is a purely electric vehicle with an onboard gas generator. Which is mechanically different because the mechanics of an all-electric vehicle engine are different than the mechanics of a gas engine. Yeah, so folks mentioning the Ram Charger is supposed to be like that. That really seems like a neat way to approach that issue. I don't know. My cars are currently 10. Nah, they're like 11 and 6 years old. So I am personally hoping that I can get away with not purchasing a new vehicle again until my oldest is able to drive himself. We just spent almost $2,500 replacing the heater core and the engine thermometer and doing something else to my 11-year-old car, so that was hopefully gonna last a little while yet for us. Are we that close to the boys learning to drive? I mean, Jake just turned 12, so it's still a little bit off, but not that far either. Don't know that we're going to be able to contest the left, especially not against a war machine. Gosh, it's such a shame we don't have one more energy. So bigly. I think we're good. Because Lockheed's gonna trigger on the left again here as well, right? Oh, we might lose the right, depending on where the Doombot goes. No, we cool. We cool. Nobody panic. Those types of cars already exist in China. China's got such good tech. They call them range extended EVs, and some of them can get 1,200 miles before needing to stop between a charge and a tank of gas. Yeah, I feel like if something like that was remotely economical to purchase, there's no way it wouldn't be the future. It's just the price point is everything on it. Oh yeah, a lot of vehicles like that from China we're just not allowed to import here because I don't want them to crush the American car market. Well, potentially punished for playing out my one-on-one, but I had 2 more ones. If you can't innovate, litigate, etc. Yeah, exactly. Mood. Canada just approved Chinese imports. Maybe we'll see them on the road soon. Ah, one of the lovely upsides of America continuing to degrade its position as a global superpower. Is Bishop and Collector too clunky for this style of deck these days? It's more so like, what is Bishop or Collector better than that we're already playing, yeah? Like, we already have a lot of cheap things. Or we already have a lot of options for scaling stuff. Electra's just been an absolute monster again and again and again today. At the risk of sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but also simultaneously a captain of the obvious kind, if China's EVs ever became purchasable in the US, our car market wouldn't survive. That's likely true. That was not the Shulau I wanted for Christmas, chat. Guess we'll do this and hope for the best.
Victory.
Definitely the biggest fairy tale I was ever told as a child is that capitalism drives innovation. That really just couldn't be further from the truth. Capitalism encourages profits over everything else, and innovation is one of the more expensive ways to accrue profit. Much easier to litigate and buy out competitions. Sorry, Maverick. Probably change that password, Bob. I miss the days of the Dow being over 50K. Ooh, man, we're actually back down to 49,000 today, huh? How will we ever survive this national embarrassment? Maverick is parked. I don't need to check. We checked earlier. We make their top card worse. We make our top card better. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, Chip. My Falcon got 1 point out of 8. What a fucking rigged game. What a rigged freaking video game. Am I shoelowing? I might not be shoelowing this game. It's a lot of points, but... well, fuck me. Narrator, he was shoelowing this game. I do have my next 2 decks queued up for the day, yeah, Duck. What a toxic piece of shit. Flipped heads that I should have flipped tails. Alright, that's fine. Speaking of, it's about time to roll an ad break. To give a couple of quick closing notes on this one. I think my initial assessment of Kitty Pride feels kind of clunky and awkward is pretty true. And I think I would prefer a different 1 energy card here. Lockheed also felt kind of underwhelming in there. It just felt really hard to work into my curve when I wasn't doing other things. Maverick was pretty fine. He's a pretty powerful card in general as Shulao, and occasionally we tagged him with like Chavez, and it was serviceable. I think that's a fine thing to be doing, but I was kind of whelmed by this, and I think I would play, I don't know, Hood, Korg, etc., something like that here. You can even play as many as 7 ones. Honestly, Bounce is just like solid like C plus B minus tier. 12 cards. I have these 12 cards in my editor. Oh, I've been playing Surge. I forgot about her. Some type of cost reducer like Surge or Black Swan could often be good. I've got Bishop in here. It's been a little bit since we played this, so maybe the Lockheed goes for another 1 in here. All right, we can take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. Let's load up our next viewer submission to tease before we do that, though. Zadong, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. This is an interesting mix of cards. We've got some Gambits, we've got some Jubilees, we've got some Arnim Zolas to spread stuff around. I might sub, honestly, most of this is generally good stuff. I might sub Agent 13 out. She's kind of a weak card that doesn't really fit what else is going on here, but the rest seems pretty fine. Have an ad roll, gamers. We'll see you in 120 seconds to jam some games with this when we get back. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the content, you enjoy us checking out all sorts of different viewer decks and other things, be sure to tap the like button while you're here. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Snow Guard. I don't think we need a second way to mitigate location variance. We have Scarlet Witch, who I really like. Oh, do we want a She-Hulk, maybe? She-Hulk with Sunspotted Magic is probably pretty good. Let's do that. She's another biggish thing for Jubilee as well. Occasion. Head pool! People always ask, what's the best way to spend my gold? Bundles with higher series cards you're missing and decent currency. What are the better ways to spend your gold, gamers? It's a good piece of art. I don't think I like it better than the Theta I already have, but it's very reasonable. I need to spend a couple of credits, Chip. Whom do I want to split? It's a card I play a lot of that doesn't have a Galactic Storm background yet. Beastly? Beastly. Let's throw 3,000 credits at him.
Infinity.
FYI, Div, because I did see you just pull up the tip link.
Infinity.
We are full on deck submissions for the day. Two more queued up already as we head into the afternoon. All right, this gives us a level here, which gives us a mastery.
Mastery.
Missed on Galactic Storm. We got Gold Wakanda Tech. Alliance missions. 8 cards in a match. Sure can do. Oh, Momo is still showing the pin messages. Yeah. I'm glad I said something. Don't forget to grab your 100 free credits on the Marvel Snap shop, by the way. These rolled over.
Snap.
Quick old PSA. We chill on her for now. Is 1,500 credits worth 700 gold? There's a variant in the shop that would get me the next album unlock of 1,500 credits. Yeah, it's a very good rate. But technically, you'll eventually get that 700 gold variant for free. So in reality, you're spending currency to get something that you would inevitably get for free. Is how you're technically supposed to look at that. Ooh, chat. This is a fun curve. This gives us 4 Doombots on the left and the right, yeah? I get to go Doctor Doom into Absorbing Man by Doctor Doom into Odin, the Doctor Doom, and the Absorbing Man. Get to bop some doombots. Dodge a Cosmo, we can dodge a ball. We'll have priority going into this turn at least, so then hopefully this lets us keep priority long term. We get cooked by Shulo. How big is their Shulo bonus? If the Scarlet Spider jumps left, I think we're good. Especially only one play out of them here on the last turn. Hit me, dealer. Nice. Skill game. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's not Doombrel's sub chat. Doombrel's all. Bot. Dip-a-dot, my Doombots. We love these Doombots. Whipping up some Doom. Yeah, yeah. The coin flip emotes in chat reminded me of Pokemon TCG. Which, you know what? I'm gonna donate anyways. Happy Thursday. Thanks for the tip, Dev. Appreciate you. What was I gonna say? My 5.5-year-old, they started doing a Pokemon card club at her elementary school. So I went to that with her last night. And she's so funny, because she's good with numbers. So, like, every time the kids would attack, you, like, ask them to count up the damage and, like, is your Pokemon knocked out or is it okay? And every time I'd ask her that question and she'd count up and know that her Pokemon was knocked out, she'd get, like, this look in her eyes. I'd ask her, is the damage more than your Pokemon's HP? And she'd be like, I don't know, is it? And every time her Pokemon was alive, she would just, like, snap off. Yep, it's fine. My turn. Just really big, like, I know it's dead, but do you all know it's dead? Gotta teach him young that counting is cheating. Yep. We call that the works in paper method. Absolutely. Maximus on curve. Maximus on curve before you spider hit me. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. When is Pokemon Day, by the way? That's at like the end of the month, yeah? That's 2826. Okay. I'm actually a little surprised they announced a Pokemon Pocket set today then. Or did the set they announced today release on Pokemon Day then? It's weird that Pocket didn't line up their timing with that. It's the biggest Dragon of the Moon I've ever seen. Yeah, Mood. I might try and Gambit one of these Teds over here. It launches the day before, actually. Good to see that I'm out of Pokemon Pocket, but they continue to just, like, have absolutely baffling managerial decisions. Alright, so if I do this, I'll have 8 energy next turn and everything costs 4, which is pretty sweet. Volatile Fusion, thank you for... God damn it, Viv. Thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Okay. Does this work? Because this wins center while contesting the left, yeah? Loses to Eliath. Yeah, I don't think we can play around that.
Opponent snapped.
We're absolutely about to get something or other. The problem is, I'm locked in. I feel like I have to play for all three because I'm locked into points here. Wow, they actually lost to us just putting points in the middle. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. Because Bob's gonna move. That's not just a boomer snap, that's a tactical snap. Yeah. We could Hulk left and She-Hulk mid for the same amount of points. That's a good call. Maybe that's slightly better in the face of Eliath, potentially. It is truly a testament to how good all of the toxic interactive cards are in Marvel Snap that they can make Dragon of the Moon and Ronin look remotely playable. I just got Phantom X, Toxie, and Batroc from a single step back. It's really sweet that you got 2 cards out of the same step back. That's always a good luck.
Snap.
QQ laugh track, yep.
Opponent snapped.
No Toxies will hurt the making of this joke. Toxie is cracked. Do you mean she cracks phone screens when she targets the 2 cards you didn't want her to target, and then you chuck it in disgust and anger? Is that what you meant by cracked? I kind of miss bullying people with the Black Widow Wave Odin line. It's been a while since I thought about that one. Black Widow Wave Odin. Man, that's a deep throwback. Cracked like in the new youth slang. You know, that reminds me, someone posted a video that used the word dented as a descriptor of something, and I just had assumed that they had typoed demented given the context, but apparently dented is slang. And I've never felt more out of touch with the Ute than at that moment. We've got some exciting Jubilee hits here. think I'm full passing just to get a better feel for what they're doing where. This can move, which is a real wild card here. I assume we're cooked on average. Yeah, they can't resist moving the card, right? All right, I think we're gonna continue sculpting a couple of the details here. What's a different card we could play over Jubilee? I feel like she's a little bit too random, and we're a little bit Jubilee and Doom in the same deck. Feel tough on board space. Honestly, it could just be a tech card. Foob's an option. The person that submitted this has a little bit smaller collection, so I think I'm gonna shove Shang-Chi in here because that's a more accessible card. But Fin Fang Foob as a pickup is definitely good in this style of core. Absolutely. No, I like having more ways to interact, especially with Absorbing Man here too. I think Shang's in a pretty reasonable spot right now. I just like flooping a pig into play. Fin Fang Foob is definitely one you should watch out for in your rotating shop then, Seth. He's one of the biggest pigs around. I will say I do like the Wave Doom Absorbing Man Odin sequence. Is quite fun. Honestly, Rock's not terrible for us. Our hand is pretty solid. Although they're era ships, so they're less impacted by Rocks overall than we are. Maybe I put... No, I want to put Doom Center so I can Odin him there.
Wakanda forever.
Our Shang-Chi immediately paying large dividends.
Are ye worthy? Doom rules all.
I accept. Humbly and graciously.
Victory
Please don't ask me how we won the game. I don't want to figure it out, but we did. Okay? Fair and square. Call the ambulance, but not for me. Jeff mathed this out. Okay, just for the less of a joke, the Baxter buildings resolve left to right. So we're at 12 here versus 11. And then that means we get +4 here. And then we're winning the center 24-20, which then means we're winning here as well. Yeah, winning the left is the one that matters. Because once we win the left, it applies to this one. And then once we win this one, we have these two applied to here. So who's ever winning here gets 4 from here applied to here to decide who is winning here. And then once we're winning here and here, these get applied to here to decide where the bonuses from here go. Yeah, listen up, Democrats. Winning the left is what really matters. Listen, chat, if that all sounded like mush to you, just throw your cards on the board and let Broad sort it out, okay? It feels like we just earned a master's in Marvel Snap Math after that. It is one of the more quarter casey things for sure. Unironically, a Parker Industries that's great for me? I accept. How lovely.
Hello, can you understand me?
This fucking guy. Oh, I was like, where did they get a 6th energy from? Their airship again. God, there's been so much airship in this game mode. I'll fucking do it again, I swear. Yeah! Got him, my video game! Yeah. Neener. Hey, Seth, are you still in chat, by the way? Are you still hanging out? Seth got food! Oh no. You're around at work. Are you free to play in Snap? Someone asked about Star-Lord. I assume the answer is yes.
Victory.
Mostly. All right, I'll tell you what, Seth. I think Star-Lord is absolutely a card you will enjoy. In your DMs is the code for a season pass for the season. And you enter that on the Marvel Snap web shop. I think he'll enable some silly stuff that you like.
Opponent snapped.
Snapping me. I'm gonna go wave here into Hulk into Magic. You've saved me from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles magic. My poor shields. With their cannonball in my hand, they're probably in for a bad time here. Yeah, the opponent's almost assuredly an Aurora deck.
Do rules all. Smash.
Do I want a magic? I can't decide. Rug pull ourselves. I don't think I can put out enough points in a second lane to rug tug myself and have it be useful. However, if we find Absorbing Man, I can go pass into She-Hulk Gambit Absorbing Man. That's so rude. That's so rude. Our last card is Shang. Yep, one card in deck and it's a Shang-Chi. Oh, you've got to be forking shirting me. That's so rude. Wowza. Okay, and we know they have their Aurora. So I guess we're cooked. Hey, Al. Thanks for the 53 months. The tip link is there, but as a heads up, I am full on deck submissions for today. We'll definitely be taking more tomorrow during the step segment, but I've already got one more queued up after this one for the afternoon. Surely this gamer doesn't play Aurora. Yeah. Sag. I don't think there's any hits here that let us win, but, you know, I can blow something up on our way out the door. What a bad dog. What a bad dog. All right, and before we wrap on this one, we just took Seth up with a season pass, so I think I'd put Star-Lord in over this She-Hulk slot. I think is what I'd do. So let's play a game or two with Star-Lord in here. Why doesn't Cerebro 3 use Mystique? It really depends on the build. So, like, if you're looking at my Activate build that doesn't play Mystique, that build doesn't play Mystique because it doesn't need Cerebro to win, and Mystique is really awkward with Lockjaw. But the more common Cerebro 3 builds tend to play Mystique. No cards this turn. Sad. All right, and now we can do Star-Lord here into Zola the Star-Lord into Absorbing Me at the Zola for good clean living. I just got an award for 19 years of work, and I never felt so old, big, sad. We were talking earlier, Al, about my Twitter account being 19 years old, so I'm up there with you for sure. Oh my gosh, and Odin's actually better than Absorbing Man here, because I can Odin the Zola and then Zola the Odin across. Yeah. I remember Seth's preference. Seth's an old timer here in Hoaglandia. They've been playing decks with us for a long time. I think Star-Lord does most of the things in card games that Seth tends to enjoy. It should be a fun one for them. Yeah, it's a shame the original Odin dies, so we can't absorb it anywhere. I think it's just this. I think it's just this. Just spread a little points, a little bit of points out here. I guess we could technically Absorbing Man the Zola and then Odin this, but that gets really unpredictable. This is definitely the more competitive line. So this is the optimal line. This is the content play. All right, we'll do the content play.
Hail Hydra! Cut off one head, two more shall take its place. Cut off one head, two more shall take its place.
Are ye worthy?
Cut off one head, two more shall take its place.
All right, I think that was probably the worst possible outcome there. I think they're probably Zolaing us back.
Cut off one head, two more shall take its place.
We did win a lane. I think, were we behind even if we did the right play? I think we were behind even if we did the right play. Because the right play would have put an Odin here and re-triggered this. So I think we would have only been 16 more in both of these. I think is the way the math works out. Which still ends us up a little bit short there. All right, hoping my zombie horde ends up in deep space. Lucky. Where do you enter the season pass code? Go to shop.marvelsnap.com, Seth. I sent you the URL in the DM. And I'll get you set up. Do I want to wave next turn? So this is gonna give me 3 extra energy, which means I'll have 7. So I think the answer is no. Ooh, Patriot with Hood is spicy. Patriot loves deep space. So deep space taking the text off of cards actually does not give them the Patriot bonus. Disabling the text is functionally different than removing the text. Which I know is a little bit of a weird distinction, but it exists. All right, so I think it's like Dr. Doom into Gambit. And then we could top deck an Odin. Or we could just slam Hulk. I don't want to re-trigger Zola with Odin. Yeah, let's do this. I like this. This is local man about to Gambit a Hood. Okay, so what does Ultron do? Ultron gives them 16 points here, and he gives them, is Ultron 8 or 9? I think he's 9, right? He's 8. So 8, 12, it gives 18 over here up to 27. So this beats Ultron on the right, yeah? Regardless of what Gambit hits? Nice. Not a remotely ideal Gambit hit, but still plenty of points like we said. Fun. Good showcase there for the last one of how Star-Lord could fit into this mix of cards that we have. I'm not going to sweat it out here with them. They can have their silver ticket. But yeah, honestly, Seth, I think the big thing that stands out in my mind, and it's not surprising to me to see one of our former Magic players, like, pick up on this, is Scarlet Witch, I feel like, is one of those cards that, like, not remotely enough Marvel Stat players play. Like, having location variance mitigation adds so much consistency and thus power to the average Marvel Snap deck. Like, it's just such a good addition. And this deck with Magic, you have two ways to mitigate in a way. We've got a good proactive plan. We've got Gambit as interaction, and we added Shang-Chi as a second one. And we've just got a variety of good ways to slam numbers into play. That's real solid. And what this is, you know, Seth's a newer Snap player with not a ton of things in their collection. Star-Lord's the only higher series card we just added to the deck, right? Should you be on Killmonger? I think depending on the decks you're playing against, Seth, changing out Sunspot for Killmonger is fine. Like, he's decent for, like, soaking the extra energy. One of the things once you add Star-Lord, Seth, is you're going to want to make sure you play off curve and have unspent energy consistently. So, yeah, I think the big card I would keep a lookout for to add to your collection for a deck like this is Fin Fang Foom, is like the king of green big plays. Both Absorbing Man and Arnim Zola and your wave plan work really well with him. Odin too, honestly. He's the big one I would keep an eye out for as you like playing really big dumb things. I think Fin Fang Foom is like the biggest dumbest bomb to slam in Marvel Snap right now, and it's good synergy with the rest of what this deck has going on. So that would be when you're keeping an eye out on the rotating shop here, which can take a little bit. Or if you wanna gamble, he's currently in seasonal series 5 packs. I think Man Spider's kind of just a different deck. I agree that Seth, as someone who enjoys slamming bombs, would probably like Man Spider decks, but I think that deck's just a little bit different than like what this deck is doing overall. All right. Our next viewer deck submission of the afternoon is not my dance has sent me a deck code without telling me what the deck is. So we'll see what kind of flaming pile this is. I mean, it's gonna be superb, I bet. Oh, this is super reasonable. Look at this. Valkyrie Bast Zoo stuff. I actually really like this. This looks great. All right, we're gonna let the adverts. Jeff, you were way too surprised by that. We're gonna let some adverts roll, and when we get back, we're gonna jam some games with this. Thanks to everybody who sent in support with deck submissions this afternoon. Appreciate you all. Streamers give out season pass codes. Are you still gonna be giving out any? I won't be giving out any more today, but I have 3 more to give out over the course of the season. Usually I give out most of them in the Discord server. Can we cut Agent Venom? Why would we cut Agent Venom? He's like a bast for my deck. Haven't played with Khazar since we started bluing all of our cards, champ. I've seen people call this deck Timu negative. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's Mr. Negative without the negative. The only thing I was considering with this deck is the way to put Mobius in it. Khazar is probably the cut for Mobius, yeah? Although I guess his ongoing is good at breaking Valk symmetry. Weegix, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. And Velius, thank you for the 34. Dance, how do you feel about Ant-Man versus Nebula? My gut says I'd rather have Ant-Man as a Valk symmetry breaker. I can see it over Sunspot too. I feel like I want Ant-Man in one of these two. You want to give me a dealer's choice on which of those two to cut? I don't know if you could fill up the board that easily, but I'm willing to be convinced. Yeah, but you kind of need to be filling the board for your Valk slot anyways, right? Dealer's choice on cuts and changes. You understand what I was trying to do? Yeah, I think actually thinking about Nebula more, I don't mind her. I don't know how often we're gonna soak. Let's do it, man. You're just getting back from the wonderful or maybe not so wonderful adverts on Twitch. I would like to give a shout out to Foundation Galactic Frontier, our sponsored mobile and PC game for the next month. If you want to dodge adverts on my Twitch channel for the next month while spending an hour or two playing a new game, you can check out Galactic Frontier using my link. And if you get your energy core on a new account up to level 13, you can get a free gift sub to the channel. They get you full access to the Hooglandia Discord server and get you a Twitch sub here for ad-free viewing for the next month as a thank you for checking out the new and sponsored game. All right, let's hop on in with this one, huh? Oh, I have a box to open.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
They're gonna want to play for here, so I'm gonna play the Nebula over here. Man, I think I vibe on this for a turn. A lot of good hits for it in my deck.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
I think it's Bast into Ant-Man Marvel Boy. They're obviously doing bouncy stuff.
I found a rock.
Yeah, I don't know that we make it back from here. Yeah, Valk might steal it. Ah, JK. Why did those get bigger for a second? That was weird. There's a possible permutation of Marble Boy triggers that let us tie the right. This is not it. I needed, like, the opposite of that. I needed all of them to go to the right, not none of them. Oh, I should check the Grand Arena variant. Nope. Fun fact, chat. If you have this variant and you use a gold split on it, it looks like he's looking at himself in a puddle of pee. It's something. Let's say it's something. Fun fact. Maybe you're into that sort of thing, chat. I'm not here to judge. Come on now. We don't kink shame at Homelandia. I too look to the future and think it looks like piss.
Victory.
You're in trouble for pointing that one out. Oof. PlayStation is shutting down Blue Point Games, a studio that was responsible for remakes of many classics such as Demon's Souls, Shadow of the Colossus, and Bloomberg News. Man, it's really sad how many, like, good traditional game studios have been bought up and then shuttered as these big companies try and chase the dragons of live service games. That's really what it is. Like, I really can't emphasize enough that it doesn't matter how good the games are that you make. Like, traditional games, generally speaking, just don't make remotely as much money as a good free-to-play game does. You have a one-time cost game both has less players and makes less money than a live service game that hits. It's just like the brutal reality of it. Young Thick, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back. It's really just going to be indie games and live service games at some point. Absolutely. I think that's absolutely the direction we're heading in for gaming. Went exclusively into retro gaming the past 3 years. Whatever sparks your joy. I'm gonna be honest, like, I asked for game rec. We've been doing indie variety games to start the stream the last couple of days. I think we're gonna keep doing that because it's been fun. And I asked for recommendations, and people, like, recommended me a number of, like, retro style indie games. And I'm gonna be honest, I know it probably makes me feel like something of a snob, but I really just don't enjoy pixel art style games. I really want the game that I'm playing to have stellar, unique artwork. It doesn't have to be, like, hyper realistic. Like, we played what, the hamster game yesterday and the Paper Mario style artwork game today. Like, I'm really cool with good stylization. I just, the whole pixel vibe does not do it for me. I need my game to feel like art, not like we don't have art because it was cheaper. I'm sure there's plenty of games that like are mechanically good that have pixel art in them, but they're not for me. Yeah, I'm not a big Minecraft guy personally. I would like my Nebula back, please. Thank you. Hey, British. Thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, you know what, though? Are they going to get their Hella back this turn? I think I need to do this just from a resource efficiency perspective, and it probably means we lose the left. Oh my goodness, what an incredible outcome for us.
Opponent snapped.
We might still be cooked here, but, you know, we'll do what we can. We're about to get Luke Cage, something like that. Oh, they're just gonna Modoc Hella us. Got it. As you will, gamer. As you will. And to give, I think, you know, people struggle to grasp with, like, the scale that good free-to-play games could gross. Like, you know, Marvel Snap made, you know, over $200 million in its first year. That was really good for a card game. And Pokemon Pocket, they made $1 billion in 7 months. And, like, more recently, the new anime gacha game I've really been enjoying, Arknights, they made $130 million in like 2 weeks. Just like vast amounts of dollary dues that are not numbers that, like, you know, $50, $60, $70 one purchase games are going to realistically hit, even if they sell a lot of copies. Some intellectually stimulating sequencing choices from the opponents here. Listen, chat, they had to run the timer down before they played Modoc plus Hella, okay? I don't think I'm looking to dive into a game that's like E33 or FF7R again, like that level of you need to play this game for 30, 40, 50 hours to really get the most out of it. I don't know that I want to dig into one of those. Like for the short term at least, I'm gonna focus on things that are like you could get a good bite-sized experience checking it out in an hour or two. I don't know, this might be wrong, but it seems funny, so I'm gonna do it. I'm really not a huge fan of single player make numbers go up style games like Balatro, personally. Usually I like my games to have like a fun story, like the game we checked out this morning, or be more puzzly, or story, puzzly, or have some type of action combat to them, like third person over the shoulder type stuff. Hopefully Silk and Batroc land center here. Unlucky. Unlucky. Need to draw a couple of cards here at least. Yeah, roguelikes in general, I actually am just not a huge fan of. Honestly, roguelikes to me feel like the 2025 or 2026 version of we don't have a lot of actual content, so we're gonna have you replay it a bunch. And I know that that's some people's super jam, like they really love replaying the same content over and over again. I don't want different. I want different experiences throughout the course of me playing a game. Okay, Marvel Boy can add a point over here on the right, or 2 points to tie. Monka. We're not winning the tie, are we? Sedge. I find that take surprising from you because a lot of roguelites have variants in the same way a game like Snap can, where the core experience is the same variation of decks, opponents, locations, and the gameplay different type. The key part that you're missing there, RST, is the PvP component. I think the PvP component of roguelike playability is the PvP component of replayability with things like card games is the part that I find appealing. And like to give a good example of like a game that people often shout out, like so many people love Slay the Spire, and that's such a good example of a game that I just really did not like at all. Slay the Spire and a lot of games that modeled themselves off of Slay the Spire have such shallow actual gameplay, with like the meaningful things that you choose to do being how you draft. And I really feel like something like Slay would be, I think if your mechanical gameplay is going to be as simple as Slay the Spire is, you should just be an auto battler. Like I think the kind of core level, like mechanically, the way you sequence your cards when you draw them is usually so straightforward given the information on the board that I don't find it interesting. Yeah, we might have to do blueprints. That's one that people seem to speak highly of. All right, I've queued into someone sweating with their Killmonger deck against my Marvel Boy deck, so I'm gonna take a mulligan on the matchup.
Escape.
Does not seem like a good time. This deck is feeling like it probably needs one more tech card. It's definitely feeling like we don't have big enough numbers to be competitive into what a lot of people are doing, which tech cards do typically help you.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I mean, it's deeply subjective, Project X. If you find mechanically very simple gameplay a fine supplement to your drafting mechanic, like, more power to you. I just find in-game sequencing decisions something that adds value and enjoyment to me personally when I play card games, and I find a lot of games like Slay tend to not have super interesting in-game sequencing decision. They put a lot, and again, that's not to say that a game like Slay the Spire doesn't have strategic depth. It's to say that the strategic depth in Slay the Spire is generally not in the order you play your cards out in during the rounds themselves. It's how you're drafting, how you're fitting your deck, what pathing you're taking through where you're playing. Like a ton of meaningful choices to make in the game. It just doesn't put them in a place that I love personally. That's annoying. Valk is either really good here or really bad. Yeah, unfortunately for us, the most common Cerebro is Cerebro 3. Singularity, thank you for the entire year of support. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I actually kind of generally agree with that, Pokemon nerd. I actually think fully dedicated puzzle games are actually kind of mid streaming content, and I don't think I would ever play a puzzle game to completion as stream content on stream. But I think showcasing a little bit of them to like people who haven't seen them before and might want to experience them is a worthwhile thing to do as a content creator. So I think there's a lot of people in my audience who enjoy those types of games. What is the CRPG? I don't know what that descriptor is. I assume we're dead here. Like Divinity 2. They're okay. I usually prefer my RPGs to be real-time action games. this deck definitely needs another way to make a number. The Marvel Boy Khazar aspect. The Marvel Boy Khazar aspect is not very good.
Escaped.
Yeah, I agree, Hopeful Tomorrow. Honestly, the Iron Man Mystique is probably what this deck wants. Let's do that, and then we can play a few more. We need to take an ad break. We do need to take an ad break. I think Slay the Spire, for better and worse, is kind of the Magic the Gathering of drafting style games. It kind of created the genre, and most of the games that came after it couldn't exist without Slay the Spire coming first. But I think there's basically a ton of other games at this point that just kind of execute later. They execute the idea better because they've learned on the games that came before them. And like Marvel Snap's a key example of that, right? Like Hearthstone couldn't exist without Magic the Gathering coming before it. And Marvel Snap couldn't exist without Hearthstone coming before it. And Marvel Snap is one of my favorite regular card games like this as it's been iterated and built on, because it had the benefit of, you know, a decade of Hearthstone almost and 2 decades of Magic, like lessons learned, these things work, these things don't work, these are good game design, this is bad game design, etc. Yeah, let's take a pause for the cause, and then we'll jam some games with this and see how it feels with some more actual numbers here. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Nebula's been kind of whatever too. Maybe let's put a disruptive 1-drop in her slot. Spider-Ham's probably a good choice. I'm not too familiar with Hearthstone, but Heart and Hearthstone specifically influenced Marvel Snap design. It's the same head designer. Ben Penbrode is the very common factor there. And the length of games in Marvel Snap, and specifically the length of games being more predictable with the 6 turns, is an innovation that specifically comes from lessons learned with Hearthstone, where Hearthstone was a game that was designed to generally be played faster than traditional card games like Magic and Pokemon, but there wasn't this kind of hard upper limit in how long your turns could take, or how long your game could take. So there were some things like Control Warrior, for example, that like went really long still. I'm gonna run and fill my water bottle up really quick while this ad goes. Be right. To give a more pointed example, just past game length and the same head designer, I think one thing that the Snap design team definitely learned a lot from a core game perspective is that Hearthstone had a lot of really random cards in it because they removed the random from the resource variants. So in order to keep the games varied and interesting in Hearthstone, they had to load up a ton of RNG into the actual card designs. And then with Marvel Snap, there's still some random on our cards, obviously, looking at you, Gambit, but a big source of the game variety in Snap is from this external source, right? The locations, the idea that your variants can come from a place that isn't your card draw or RNG on the cards is really just one of the most innovative things about Snap as a game. Ah, yes, added Iron Man Mystique to my deck and immediately queued into Super Scroll. Wake up, sheeple. The matchmaking is as rigged as the earth is flat. The truth is out there. I want to put that over there.
Behold my mighty hand.
I am Iron Man.
Wanted to say thank you for the recent economy videos you did. I've been saved gold and picked up that head pull bundle. Nice. Wow, really? Guess Gaming posted a doom and gloom video about Marvel Snap? That kind of surprises me.
I am Iron Man.
Behold my mighty hand.
Is the video actually doom and gloom? Or is it just negative framing for the sake of YouTube and the actual video content is not?
I am Iron Man.
The mystery intrigues.
I think we've lost. Close game, really. And definitely not a doom and gloom video. I was talking with him about it today. Let's take a look. Comments are turned off. That doesn't surprise me. This type of videos. Someone said the comments were kind of crappy. They turned it off. That's a good choice. Close the game. Yeah, good call. React Dandy chat? React Dandy. All right.
Did Marble Snap get harder? Or are you just quietly losing cubes without realizing it? Because if you came back to the game and thought, I'm playing smarter, I understand more, but this feels worse, that's not in your head. What's happening is that Marble Snap changed how it punishes mistakes. It's no longer hitting you with obvious losses. It drains you slowly, one cube at a time, in ways that your brain is bad at detecting. And if you
We're gonna watch the whole thing, but we'll pause and react as we go. I think that initial statement there is largely horseshit. I think I agree that Marvel Snap is harder in 2026, but I'm curious. I'm sure he's gonna follow up and explain it. But in my opinion, Marvel Snap is harder in 2026, especially in the context of climbing the ladder, because people are less bad at the snapping mechanic in 2026. Like, the people who are still playing, the comments don't appear disabled for me. Oh, interesting. That's just weird. Oh, weird. It loaded up when I refreshed it again. Let me refresh it again here. Maybe we'll scrape the comments. People who are still playing Marvel Snap are better at snapping and retreating, so there's less 8 cube wins, and if you're good at the game, you don't get to skill diff people with the snap mechanic anymore, because you don't get to skill diff people with the snap mechanic anymore, because most people understand how it works. This type of thing, and I'm going to criticize Guest as a content creator here for a minute. And it's not unique to him, but this is a lot. And this is one of the ways that I handle my stuff that's different. I think, in my opinion, content creators are responsible for managing the spaces that they create. And I blame the content creator when they allow shit like this to perpetuate inside of their spaces. Like, this is, if you allowing stuff like this to exist with a bunch of thumbs up and there's no pushback from, and maybe he's live streaming and just hasn't responded to comments, and he will, and he's gonna moderate it, and that'll be great. But it's very common on YouTube to let outright lies and conspiracy theory bullshit like this perpetuate in your comments because engagement is good for your video. And this type of stuff is bad for the community and bad for the game to let lies like this happen. Like, just obvious negativity bias, people who are stupid, who need a cop-out for why they can't find success. And it's not that people are better at snapping and the ladder sucks and is grindy. It's the matchmaking is out to get them. It's so obnoxious. And I think, well, obviously, Guest isn't the one posting it. I think content creators are responsible for comments like this that get left in their spaces. Especially when, you know, we're coming off 2 seasons where mirror matches are pretty common because there's one new card that's worth playing, right?
That shift, you can't play technically better than you ever have and still feel stuck, frustrated, and exhausted. So in this video, I don't want to break down decks or mechanics necessarily. I'm going to explain why the game actually feels harder, what actually changed under the hood of the game, and how we can realign your thinking so that way Snap begins to make sense once again. When you return to a game like Marvel Snap, you don't return as a blank slate. You return with expectations that were trained into you during the earlier versions of the game. So early Marvel Snap was kind of expressive in a weird sense. It rewarded the big dramatic moments. You either won big or you lost big. And the reason was usually a lot more obvious. So from a psychological standpoint, that kind of feedback loop is incredibly reinforcing. So your brain learns quickly, right? It learns when cause and effect are clearly linked. Play a card, big thing happens, outcome feels deserved. But that, well, it trained something very
The thing he's talking about here is describing what I said a moment ago, which is people understand the snap mechanic better. So you don't get this feedback. He's right that this feedback loop doesn't exist anymore, but it doesn't exist not because there's been some type of fundamental shift in Snap as a game. It doesn't exist anymore because people understand when your opponent fucking snaps you and you're dead to a Shang-Chi or an obvious Arnim Zola or a Man Spider Taskmaster or whatever, you're supposed to leave instead of sticking around in the game. And that dopamine aspect of I get this big payout when my big thing happens less when people understand they're supposed to leave the game. Like it's a huge thief of joy. It's the reason why I don't play ladder, right? Like I talk about all the time how I love Marvel Snap's modes where like turn 6 or 7 or the last turn gets to play out consistently because it's more fun and more endorphins for my brain when the game actually happens as opposed to one person leaving. Yeah, there's one thing that has changed is the behavior of the bots. So people get less free wins and free pushes up to infinite. That's a dynamic that Second Dinner has changed on the back end that is noticeable. But the whole I don't get my big play against humans, that's just the player base really learning the snap mechanic more rather than something like diabolical or different going on behind the scenes.
specific, a mental model of what playing well basically should look like. So when you come back now and those same signals are missing, your brain interprets that absence as friction, as unfairness, as loss of control. But what actually happened is that feedback became subtle instead of dramatic. That's because modern, current 2026, modern Marvel Snap is a much quieter game. This is where psychology actually matters. The human brain is really good at learning salient feedback, right? Loud losses, dramatic wins, obvious mistakes. We struggle much more with environments where the feedback is indirect or delayed or cumulative. So modern Snap operates almost entirely in that second category. Most losses are dramatic. Most mistakes don't look like mistakes, and most bad decisions still feel like reasonable ideas in the moment. So instead
I'm waiting for him to give me a specific example because I feel like I'm trying to conceptualize what he's talking about, and I can't draw a parallel. Yeah, I feel like I'm completely lost in what he's saying. Maybe he's gonna give us a pointed example, giving us something that's old. Maybe like I feel like I need a okay. That sounded like corporate speak soup, where we're gonna make it more agile in time for the stand-up next week so we can hit the KPI. Like I mean, okay, let's keep watching. Maybe he's gonna give us a concrete example of this is an example of how it used to be, and this is an example of what it is now, and this is how it's different. Yeah, that was a lot of work. Like I need like, is there something tangible in here?
Instead of losing because your combo failed, you lose because you stayed in a game that you most likely were gonna lose no matter what. It was already pre-decided in a weird way. So instead of snapping late and losing 8, you snap reasonably and you lose 2 again and again and again. Your brain doesn't flag that as danger, so emotionally, it feels like you're playing fine, while numerically, your progress just stalls. And that disconnect is what creates frustration. Not because you're failing, but because the game clearly stopped telling you.
Okay, I'm glad we listened more. So it sounds, no. I actually agree with what he's saying here is a weird configuration of what I'm talking about with you should be snapping and retreating better. He's talking about how when people were really bad at snapping, they used to lose 4 and 8 cubes a lot. And now, if you're snapping optimally, you're supposed to be snapping earlier, and then you leave when it's obvious that you're beat, so you're bleeding 1 and 2 cubes at a time. And he's saying it's harder to get feedback about your mistakes when you're bleeding as opposed to getting feedback about your mistake when you lose 8. And he's right about that to a degree. Like, when you stay in a game for 8 cubes and you eat shit to the obvious tech card because you're awful at Marvel Snap, because most people were awful at Marvel Snap in the first year or two, like, it's much easier to be like, oh, when my opponent snaps me on turn fucking 6 and I'm dead to Shang-Chi, I was supposed to leave, otherwise he plays it and it gets a... Like, this is just a really roundabout way to say what I've been saying about the system, which is Marvel Snap is tedious and annoying on the ladder, especially when people are snapping optimally, right? Like, bleeding 2 cubes constantly. Yeah, he's... Like... And part of it, too, is, like, that concept of, you know, I talk all the time. One of the things I said for a long time was, if you're not retreating games that you snapped in, you're either not snapping enough, not retreating enough, or both. And that's exactly what he's saying here, right? He's saying it's optimal frequently to snap early, and then you leave and you bleed 2 cubes because it becomes right to leave later. But this isn't some weird psychological thing. It's just like, it's players understanding the snap mechanic better and then slowly bleeding because there's less bots to feed them in the system, and their opponents also understand the snap mechanic better. And again, like, it's just like playing poker optimally. Playing with the snap mechanic optimally is deeply unfun.
You why you are failing. So Marvel Snap didn't become more difficult, it became more cognitively demanding. Skill expression shifted away from execution and towards early recognition, towards risk assessment, towards emotional restraint. These are the skills that the brain learns slower because they don't come with a big flashy reinforcement. Early Snap rewarded expression. You showed your hand, you committed to a plan, you asked your opponent to beat you, and that feels good because it aligns.
So what he's actually saying here, in early Snap, people were bad at figuring out when they were beat, so the games played out. That's what he's saying here in around. Like, this whole video so far is like, when we're cutting through and like actually understand, it's actually just like rehashing why the snap mechanic sucks shit in 2020. Why the snap mechanic is only good when one side is skill diffing the other with it. Otherwise, it's just constantly leave, and it's boring.
With how humans just like to compete. We enjoy revealing our intent, testing it, and seeing a very clear outcome. However, modern Snap often rewards exactly the opposite. You win by not committing. You withhold information. You win by threatening more possibilities rather than showing certainty in a very obvious one. So from a psychological point of view, this creates internal conflict for returning players because you want to play the game, right? The game wants you not to play certain turns though, and you want resolution, but the game is now rewarding ambiguity. That tension is exhausting. And if you don't consciously reframe what success looks like, you're gonna burn out. So then approach something that players rarely admit. Winning in modern day Snap often feels unsatisfying. A 1 cube retreat doesn't feel like a victory. A snapped game that ends early and doesn't make it to turn 6 is incredibly anticlimactic. So from a dopamine perspective, that matters. The brain doesn't reward efficiency the same way that it's going to reward spectacle. So returning players often feel emotionally undervalued or underpaid for technically making correct decisions. But cube for cube,
it's boring playing poker optimally and grinding out the 1-2 cash table so you can make a few hundred or $1,000 at the end of the day after you sit there for 12 hours. It was super optimal and you made some money, But man, was it just like the most tedious, terrible way to make money. I hope the music you were listening to in your earbud was good, or you had a good book to read after you folded every hand. Like, because that's just, that's what it was. That's what it is.
Those small wins are the backbone of your progression. If you don't emotionally accept that, you're going to subconsciously always be looking for the big wins. And the big wins are also how the big losses now are hiding. The strongest Snap players today aren't the ones with the best decks or the fastest decisions. They're the ones who resolve uncertainty earlier. They can identify archetypes very quickly and interpret the locations very quickly as well. They understand when a game is quickly and interpret uncertainty best decks. Or the strongest Snap players today aren't the ones with the best.
See, I take issue. He's just again describing that Marvel Snap players got better, because that's always been the case. It's always been the case that the best Snap players were the ones that could identify early what their opponents were doing. Like, this isn't a new phenomenon, yeah? Can you help with something? What do you need?
Can you pull this out?
All right, hold on, Chip. I think I'm making progress.
I can see from the other side that you are.
Oh, it's Pinewood Derby car season, Chip. Well, that was really in there.
Yeah, the drill bit is too small.
Yeah, I can tell. Oh, I broke the car, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
A little super glue will fix it.
All right. Just finishing up the kids' cars. The weight was stuck in there, so you gotta drill a hole a little bigger.
Best decks or the fastest decisions. They're the ones who resolve uncertainty earlier. They can identify archetypes very quickly and interpret the locations very quickly as well. They understand when a game is already lost, even if it hasn't felt like it's been lost yet. This is a classic recognition skill we know as pattern compression, and the brain learns to collapse complex information into simple decisions faster. Returning players are still processing Snap as a turn-by-turn execution game. Veterans are processing it as a probability management exercise.
What he's describing as the good players doing is absolutely correct. That's how good players work. But the framing of this is a different phenomenon in 2026, and I think there's more good players in 2026. Like that's true. There's more people that are capable of doing this, but the skills that are making you good at this, honestly, and this is funny too. If you want to go back to it, you should go back to, like, I even forget how long ago it is, but I competed in some content creator tournament stuff, like, shortly after Marvel Snap released with the Conquest mode, and it's funny to listen to the commentators talk about how aggressively I snapped. And it's just like, well, reality is you could just, like, that's just how good people play the game, and more people are playing it that way now, but it's just like was happening more there, and I stood out in the group because I understood the mechanic, and a lot of the people at the time did not understand mechanically how this worked because they didn't have a poker background, right? Like, this is just like very basic poker stuff where instead of the probability of them hitting the flush or the straight, you're calculating, like, the odds that they have their tech card that lets them win the game. Yeah.
That difference explains why Conquest feels incredibly punishing, because Conquest removes randomness over time. That exposes hesitation, emotional attachment, a lot more aggressively than Ladder really ever could. So here's the hardest truth about all of this. Modern Snap rewards restraint more than creativity. And returning players, they want to explore. They want to test new ideas. They want to use their collection, but the game now asks a much quieter question. Is this cube worth it? When that question isn't consciously integrated into your decision making, every loss feels personal instead of procedural. And that's the origin of burnout. Not from losing, but from not understanding why losing.
So his comment about creativity here goes back to what I've talked. He's right that creativity is the opposite of what you want to do to be successful in these types of games. But it goes back to what I've talked about before, right? Like, especially inside of ladder systems. Like, let's say you have a deck that has a 53% win rate. And there exists a deck that has a 55% win rate, but you're going to have to lose 100 games to find the 55% win rate deck. It isn't worth it to lose 100 games to find the better deck, because you were better off just grinding those 100 games with the lower win rate deck in the long term. And especially the way ladder systems work and the way information propagates in 2026 in modern card games, you don't even get the benefit of your innovation, because you lose the 100 games finding out the 55% win rate deck, and then suddenly it isn't just you playing it. Like, it's going to pop up on a tracker or someone's stream or in a Discord server, and suddenly all of the other grinders benefit from what you figured out, and they have the better deck now as well. And it's very different than a tournament setting, right? Where, like, you know, you're grinding and testing for a tournament and you crack the code and you find the better deck. Suddenly, you're the only one that has that better deck for the tournament because everybody was locked in at the start of the tournament, and you actually get to reap the benefits of figuring it out. Ladder systems discourage innovation. Yeah, I think Guest is describing a lot of accurate things in this video, and he's describing something that I've talked about a lot that's definitely true, but his premise is wrong/weird. He frames it at the start of the video like something changed under the hood in terms of Marvel Snap, when in reality, what has changed is the player base just sucks less. There's more good players that leverage this mechanic in the way it was always intended to be leveraged, and Marvel Snap is a far less satisfying game when people are leveraging the snap mechanic accordingly. And it's harder when you can't skill diff people with the snap mechanic when you used to be able to. It takes you longer in more games because you can't just, like, use the mechanic well when other people aren't.
Feels different. So the fix isn't more knowledge necessarily. It's simplifying recognition. You don't need more decks. You don't need more cards. You don't need 3-hour play sessions. What you need is to reduce the decision workload. Pick a deck a week. One snapping condition continually, one retreat condition continually. One goal per snap session. And when you focus with a reduced cognitive workload, it reduces your cognitive fatigue. And that allows your brain to relearn new loops of feedback. So when you get it all mixed together.
And again, this isn't a new thing. He's just, like, making the very real, accurate suggestion that, like, if you know one deck and you play it well and you have good heuristics for that deck, you're going to have better results, because it's easier to understand when you should be snapping and when you should be leaving if you're playing the same thing over and over again. And I agree with that. Like, that's a true statement. Yeah, the framing is strange again. And I wonder if in this last minute he's going to come to a T and close on what he feels changed under the hood. But he hasn't given a specific example of what changed under the hood yet, and we're 8 minutes out of 9.
And then when that all starts happening, the game stops feeling hostile, and it really starts to feel a lot more precise. So if Marvel Snap feels harder now than it ever has before, it's not because you're worse at the game. It's because the game stopped rewarding big, loud decisions and plays. And once you understand that, the frustration lifts. And
I see. I think that's wrong. I think the game hasn't changed. The players have changed. And I think playing a bunch of 1 and 2 cube games is going to be very frustrating for a lot of people when they're used to having bigger experiences. I think that's just like, yeah.
and the game becomes much more readable again. So I hope this resonated in some way and gives you a different lens to look through if you're coming back to the game and feel like it really is a different game. That's because it is. So if you're ready to talk about it, let's talk about it. Let me know.
I mean, he's right that the reason, like, if you're hard stuck, regardless of your collection size, the answer is you're bad at the game. Like, literally any reasonable player with any Series 2 collection complete, which are going to be 500 collection levels in, you could get to infinite if you're good at the game. Like, you could definitely do it. It's just, it's not exciting or interesting to do it because the ways you have to do it are just not particularly fun. And he didn't talk at all in here about what changed under the hood, but like what changed under the hood is the players are better. It's not like Second Dinner changed their design fundamentals or things of that nature. It's purely, I don't know, part of it too is like, for reference, this video is like 9 minutes and like you need to have a video be at least 8 minutes to monetize it properly on YouTube, or you can't put ads in the middle of it and it makes less money. So I'm sure part of that is padding it so that way you could have it actually be like, I can't tell you the number of times I put together a video and it was like 5 or 6 minutes long and I was like, we can definitely put another 120 to 180 seconds of bullshit in here so YouTube actually pays me for my time. Get the fluffer, blow it up. I mean, like, yeah, there's a reason why. I mean, just so we're clear, like, for people that weren't here, I will refresh it, but, like, I believe the most upvoted comment in here is people talking about matchmaking conspiracies. Sort by top. What do we get rid of that? Do we get rid of the conspiracy one? Or it just get resorted? No, it just got resorted. That's not actually top. So this is 47 thumbs up here. From what I see. Cordova, thank you for the almost 3 years of support. Welcome back. Yeah, just, you know. And there's like 10 people. Does anybody in the 10 comments disagree? I feel like I'm being gaslit into this being false. It's not a coincidence the amount of times it happens. I haven't played or even seen Zoo in months, and I decided to try a Zoo deck again with Scream and again with Surtur Nightmare. Every single time I queue up with a deck, I get queued into a mirror match. That's because there is, without a doubt, deck-based matchmaking. People will try and tell you People will try and tell you differently. Pay them no mind. Wake up, sheeple! The fact that if you cancel looking for a match to change decks, and when you find another match, it reconnects you to the old match, you never knew you found them, and you have to use the original deck, red flags that deck-based matchmaking is in full force. Holy shit. The fact that if you cancel looking for a match, and then when you try to find another match, you never knew it found it, and you have to use, just like I get it. That's a bug that's really annoying. But, and look at, there's 7 fucking thumbs up here. Like, not only did someone write this out unironically, but there are 7 thumbs up. 7. This is because the game is fundamentally unbalanced and they use deck-based matchmaking to keep similar win rates on cards and archetypes. Woo! Okay. We got him. We caught Second Dinner. Alexander the Great. 5114. They fucking caught him. Second Dinner in 1080p. Strap those tinfoil hats on, gamers. We got him. Yeah, there's definitely matchmaking with the decks. I also feel like decks wins and losses are auto-balanced as well. You have a lane-dependent deck and have won the last 7 games. Here's 4 games in a row that have locations that close off 2 lanes. Move deck, 4 move, and then clog squirrels. Funny how people can make meme decks and still have a 40 to 50% win rate. It's one of those things I never seem to see discussed by content creators, but the evidence just seems too strong that the deck, once you submit it, has some impact on the matchup that you get, at least in the ranked ladder. I'll run back, say, classic Patriot Ultron, because I'm chasing a fill all the lanes bounty, expecting to take my lumps from some broken deck of the week. And then I won't get paired against that deck at all, and I'll actually have a fighting chance at holding on to and even winning and gaining cubes during this little side quest. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's just, I just want you to know that if you ever go on a corner of the internet talking about things like Marvel Snap and you see people who are very upset about me as a human being, it's because I very pointedly tell people like this they're fucking stupid and then make fun of them on stream. Like, there are these people, like, yeah, these people breed and vote, chat. Like, I know, this is like one of those really deeply harmless things where, like, believing Marvel Snap is rigged against you because you're the main character, like, doesn't hurt anyone. But people who are prone to conspiracy theories like this are more likely to believe QAnon and all the other nonsense that's out there. They just, like, if you've never watched any of the videos, reading the articles about the QAnon or the flat Earth to QAnon pipeline, it's just like not having people push back on this type of bullshit and having all of these people give you thumbs up and, like, tell you how correct you are about your conspiracy theory just sends you, like, deeper down the rabbit hole. Yeah, the belief is harmless. The belief is harmless, but the behavior is much more harmful at a societal level. That's a great, concise way to phrase it, Tattoo. It was a coincidence that it's 9 minutes. God bless. Yeah, I think, like I said, I don't know if you were here for all of me rambling over this guest, but I think what you're talking about is really true, but I don't think it's like a core Snap thing that changed. It's just like the player base sucks less. And that makes the game harder and more tedious for a lot of people. Some people need to be told they're dumb more often, unironically. All right, have an ad roll, gamers. We were at this for a while. The player base that doesn't believe in matchmaking conspiracies. On a happier note, Team USA beat Canada for the gold in women's hockey. Neat. All right, gamers. For the last leg of the stream, I'm gonna play with my anime friends for a little while. I think I'm all snapped out. I'm gonna load up some Arknights. We're gonna find some treasure chests, build some characters, grade some gear. My anime friends make me happy, so we're gonna play some games with them. Thank you for the gift sub, Div. Appreciate that. If you haven't seen it, Arknights Enfield is a Arknights released on PC and PlayStation and mobile at the end of last month, almost a month ago. It's been a ton of fun. It's got some Genshin Impact style elements and has some Satisfactory style base building. Has fun character and team building compositions. I've enjoyed it a lot and I've been playing it every day since it dropped. from one dead game to another. Every day we die a little more. I should tag the Discord that we're changing over. Would like to switch to my controller. Going on, Husky? Thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back. All right, what do we got? Let's jump on into a little bit of combat. Enjoyed that. What am I farming character-wise?
Empty wallet.
I think I want to get Alesh's combo skill up to the top level masteries. I think we need some more of these.
Let me see.
So the combat in this game is 4 character teams. There's like some type reactions that work well together with your characters, and then one of the dynamics this game has that's different from some of the other games like Genshin. Each character during team building has a sort of like combo skill that triggers under certain conditions. So one of the things you're looking to do to maximize your gameplay and characters as you play through, making sure you can trigger those combo skills to get the most damage out of your character's rotations as you're playing. So this team is looking to max the game. It's loud. Oh yeah, probably. All right, I'll let my character sit in here for a second. I turned it up for the YouTube. All right, should be more serviceable now. Apologies for the loud noises. Is that an appropriate level now? I think it should be at an appropriate level. That's fine. We've got Dolly on the team, so that she feel us.
The results speak for themselves.
No. My game volume was definitely up from where it typically is. I'm still spew. I've got a lot of these in here. Maybe I don't need to spew. Or did I? Let's spew one more. I'm gonna spew a couple more here. Seems good now. Perfect. The bottleneck on building more characters is definitely farming sanity points in these types of dungeons.
Watch your step, people.
I definitely enjoyed them being called sanity points in 2026. We're definitely all short a few sanity points these days.
Enjoy your step.
There's supposed to be a sanity discount event. Can all use some cheaper sanity chat.
No hardship will stop us.
Clean that out. Perfect. Have they given any details on what the sanity discount event is going to look like? Is it like all of your sanity things that you spend sanity on are going to be cheaper, or is it like you get a certain number of them cheaper per day? Usually they time limit, or they give you an upper limit to how many you can have be cheaper in a day. Like encouraging people to save all of their sanity points for really narrow specific windows is like not great. Usually the way these games structure it, it's a little bit of a boost as opposed to like you're supposed to save all of your things for a very specific window. Let's give Japan a present. He's not at 100% yet.
I heard Miesco Industries just
The quickest ways to get your, you can actually get your daily stuff done in this game without needing to do any combat, which is nice. You give a present is 40, and then crafting a piece of gear is 40. And like unironically, just like giving him that gift and crafting that bit of gear there, that clears your dailies for the day. I didn't even have to do the combat. It's real quick to log in and be pretty optimal about that, which is nice. I'm skipping this event because it's a little annoying. I'll finish this up at some point. For crafting 20 times, gifts, 3 points off here. I got time for that. Acquisition center, collect credits. Never enough T credits yet. People from the beta said it was up to 3 times a day for the sanity discount day. Okay, yeah, so like you're not incentivized to save your extra storage. That's how the 3 times a day or whatever, that's exactly how Genshin does theirs. Alright, let's do our stock redistribution. Although I'm at 8 million on Valley 4 bucks, so I don't really need to do these too much. It's a good read on those though. I think my Wooling did not have any good options yesterday. Nice, rewarded with -61 today. Oh baby, 500%. Gotta buy low, sell high, chip. Make those made up dollar dues work in your favor. Almost 500,000. You never get that many on the Wooling side. Production assist. Oh, what are we doing? Maybe I'll finish these chores later. Let's go do a little bit of exploration. Wrap those up at the end. Show some of the fun open world stuff. To jump into the map. I have 5 treasure chests left in this area. Let's go hook them up, huh? Reveals undiscovered storage crates. How many times have I walked past that one? Probably a lot. Infinite number of times. Oh, there was an event person here earlier. I'm gonna blame her for having blocked it. It's not that I'm dumb and blind, chat. It's the game's fault. Ooh, that one's way back in there. I love how every 5-star or 6-star character has a different dash animation. Just like those little details are so fun and clean. But is she not? Well, that's sad. Every other one I've seen does. It's weird that she doesn't.
Watch it. That one could rough you up real bad.
That one's not even attached to the monster. That's funny. Does he give you a prize? Usually when there's one in a big old area like this, there's a prize attached to beat them.
Oh, enjoy your strength.
Get our dodge there, chat, like a professional.
My command. That was an oversight.
You definitely missed the dodge on that one.
No hardship will stop us.
No prizes for the big man? Sad. Maybe we had killed him prior and just missed the chest behind him. That one. That one's believable. It's way back in there. Keeler dork back up since I missed so many dodges on that last guy.
Time for some serious action.
At some point, delete aerospace material, assuredly, right? Oh, I can't walk through this way. It's fine, we're just going to the recycling center, obviously. Indubitably. Where's this box at? What's going on, Eki? Yeah, I've really enjoyed this one. I did a few hours of their closed test, then I've been on it daily since it launched. The first non-Genshin open world game that's really hooked me in. The combat is just really good. Very, very tactile, gives good feedback. Team building's been interesting so far. Looking forward to Yvonne dropping here soon. The big questions for me long term. I finally decided to focus on the factory stuff because I was doing story. Yeah, nice. There's a ton of content in this first version for sure. I'll be curious to see how regular their content releases are, and then like what their endgame content looks like long term as they flesh it out more. The first etch monuments or whatever it's called, it's reasonable, but it's pretty short. Hey, look, there's another one. Obviously, you've just never been in this area. 56! We're such a big deal. I love that it increases your sanity storage every level that you get to, giving you a little bit longer between when it caps and you actually need to use it. Having to use your resin once a day in Genshin to not feel like you're spewing is a little annoying. Is that all the boxes in here? We got one more. That's 107 out of 107. Science Park. We're missing a ton over here. On to the next one. Cannot use as part of the area is still unexplored. Do I have fog somewhere? Oh, that's funny. I haven't been over this way before. Was this a quest to get in here? All right. Let's do that. I only have 2 bombs left. Should craft some of those. That would explain why I haven't been over here. Hey, look! There's an Orlean. I don't think we can jump that. Oh, do I need to throw a bomb over? Maybe I need to throw a bomb over. I'm gonna need more bombs before I can finish this area, aren't I? You're gonna need a bunch of bombs for this quest. All right, we'll go before we're too far. Oh, there's more mining material over here too. Interesting. All right, I think I had a bomb. I think I had a bomb set up in this factory. Ah, yes. I had these just feeding in here, so there were 50 ready to go anytime I wanted them. Got it. 51 bomb diggities. All right. You need a factory that builds tanks. I mean, you could technically run power and turrets all over the place. I've seen some people do that. They like set up weapon turrets and stuff all over. They set up weapon turrets and stuff all over like where some of the enemies spawn that you farm, and they just like click the farm thing and then like let the what's it called take over the turrets. They don't even do the combat manually. Very amusing way to set it up.
Saw this before.
Oh yeah, actually we need a bomb for this too. Absolutely, good call. There should be a bunch of chests and Orleans in here too. Grab those before we start using the trackers.
Looks like magical stuff. Can I take another look?
Is this one gonna be stuck again too? Look at all the bombs. Is 50 bombs gonna be enough, chat? I did finally clear all 3 of the in-game contents. Yeah, I had to put Pog Grandchick here, Pog to 90 and his weapon to 90, and I have a Lesh at 80, 90 with some of his skills masteried up for the extra skill point return. The Pogranchik voice actor voiced Russian Geralt of Rivia in Witcher 2 and 3. It's a very oddly specific history. We're so smart, chat. Just realized I don't have the chat up for the Hooglandia Infield YouTube channel. I'll grab that real quick. Just realized I don't have... The skip and give me a summary is so great. Ingle tells you the ventilation shaft above the reactor is clogged by a gel. She tried to shut down the reactor, but they failed. You tell her not to worry and we'll inspect it ourselves. Find a way to enter the ventilation shaft. And a handy dandy bomb can't fix gamers. Oh, these are weapon material back in here too? Look at this resource. I could have but never done. I'm not a person who tries to make sure I get these every time they respawn, but we'll pick them up. Might as well. I need to build new characters at some point. Got Yvonne coming up. Whee! Okey-doke. Man, chat wasn't kidding when they said we were gonna need a lot of bombs, so. Okay, that arrow is very clearly going over the top. This seems much easier than doing it from up top. It's gonna be like, we're gonna be like 30 bombs deep by the time we're done through here, huh? Hopefully one round to 50 is enough. Gonna come back out then. The bottom one's only taking one is nice. Convenient. Prizes. So many boxes. Excited to fire up our first searcher and for it to tell me you missed one in here. The ventilation shaft is now working. You return to talk to Ingle and she tells you the plant crisis is slowly getting fixed, but is concerned she cannot contact Jeremy. Alright, we're gonna find Jeremy now. Nope. No, Jeremy? Poor Jeremy. The recurring rewards from the end of the pass for going over 60 seem real solid. Good returns on the premium bit. Every time I roll something out of there, I'm pretty happy with it. They're all things I will use. Oh yeah, 10 out of 10 out of 10. I bet it's invisible, chat. I bet it's an invisible one. Nope, just blind. Got it. Cool. It's a rude game. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Its strategic significance, probably.
Alright, that's pretty far away from us. Let's activate a chest one to see if we missed a chest in here. We totally missed a chest in here. It's just like in the room next to the person we were talking to. So it looks like. No? Was it above? There's a robot up there too. Wait. No. What's up?
I was just seeing if you were still.
Sure.
Which you could probably go.
Sure. Nope. We want nothing in the bottom. Got it. I need this filled that way. So I want to highlight where I definitely need things to be. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these two columns, that does it for me. So those need to fit it into there. That do it? Not quite. This one might not be right either. So we need 2 in there. If we did this guy here, this guy here, yeah, that gets us there, right? I can tuck this in the corner. I wish there was a robot counter finder for these areas. There's one of the missions that like gives you extra bonuses for like the first 25 or 30 you do, but that one runs out relatively quickly. All right, there's an Oraline there, so let's do the Oraline first.
Something dangerous is up ahead. We better be fully
Something sounds
prepared.
very angry over there. Was that on? Is that on the other side? It's on the other side, huh? And the box. This box, however, is over here. Okay, let's go grab this box, and then we'll work our way around to that. The robots do appear on the map, though I don't know if that's only after you get close to them or something like that. Oh, that's good to know. Prizes in there. Oh, that's good.
Time to keep my eye peeled.
Do we really have to fight? Fine, let's go.
Oh, I can't fight while they're in I can't grab these while they're in combat. That's fine. Bye, bugs. Next one is that away. how do we get up there? There's a zip line up there. Can we zip from... Oh, we could have walked up that way too. Oh, it shows you these when you haven't done them. Interesting. Oh, these are level capped. Okay. Very easy. This is the earlier area. Level 40, and we are significantly above that. Yeah, I've like Bug. It's been fun.
I'm no good in long battles. Please, finish it quickly.
Do it your way. I'll
Triggers his final strikes relatively quickly, which is fun. Man, the range on those is long. Alright, where's this thing here? We'll teleport over to here and walk over. Yeah, I want to put together the physical team at some point. Honestly, I think I might.
Stay alert. The enemy.
Time to get my eye peeled.
Ooh, missed some of my dodges there.
Have fun being the best.
Missed a few of our buttons there.
We've done it. Hope you're not tired, Mr. Dolly. Good. At least it ended quickly.
I think there's a chance that they have Leaf Fang built and Gilberta built. I think there's a world where like Gilberta,
Looks like
Ardelia, Leaf Fang, and Pugry Chick are a reasonable team.
take another look.
I sit down and think through what their rotations will look like, but grouping with a decent amount of damage. These anime characters forklift certified, asking the real questions. No anime characters were injured in the operating of this forklift.
Its strategic significance.
13 more. Oh yeah, we're totally gonna finish this area this afternoon. Oh my goodness, that's on the side I just walked through, isn't it? Maybe? I think it is. I think I have to come at this from this side over here. It might be through this building too, though. I think it's on the other side, but I'm closer to this building, so let's walk over and check real quick. Oh, hey, a quest! Oh, it looks like we can jump through from here, too. Scientists are trying to find a bottle of important medicine that went missing. Down at some point. Eventually, I want to tag all of these quests. So. Oh, can I not jump through from here? I thought maybe we could jump through from here. Are there any boxes or anything in here? Oh, yep, there it is. There it is! So close, and yet so far away. Quick chest check through here. Was it right here? You can kind of see. You can't jump over here.
better be fully.
There's a squirrel in the other direction. All right, let's loop around the back and grab this. And maybe we can chase that squirrel. I bet there's gonna be Orleans or chests over in that direction too. So.
Looks like Magico's.
Watch your step, people. Do we really have to fight?
Our first invisible one of the afternoon. There's not that many invisible ones in this area. Wuling, there's so many invisible ones. But it's not invisible, is it moving? Oh, it's down there, it's not. It's just down.
Unlike the Blight and Rifts, Orleans aren't that dangerous.
That one looks like it's like in the wall. It's up top. No. It is narrator. It was, in fact, in the wall.
Its strategic significance probably
Like it was in the
exceeds
wall
its
because it
operation.
was. What do we got? 10 more and 7 chests. Appreciate the folks hanging out this afternoon for a little chill. Arknights to end of the stream. It's been one of my daily drivers since it dropped at the end of last month. It's really good exploration, combat content. It feels like it nails basically every aspect I'm looking for in a game like this. Really hope their live service, regular content stuff ends up being good. That's what definitely makes or breaks games like this. All the early stuff is great. Can they produce regular stuff that's worth continuing to do as the game ages? Do I have to scan this to open it up maybe first? I'm just hitting it at the wrong spot because I see where the core is there. Maybe to be like up over here at right angle.
Now it'll no
Weird.
longer hurt.
Okay, I had the angle wrong. Bet there's a box or Orlean up top here. Or both if we're lucky. Excellent. Anything over this way? Nope. I don't see any crane operator controls there. Oh, can we just walk in here? Oh, got the little 3B down here. Okay, there looks like there's controls for something underneath. Drop down. Unlock that chest. Noted we could just drop down. Oh. Noted we could just drop down to get back up. Need to get the Orally out of it, though. Raise cargo.
Its strategic significance.
Obviously the
probably
intended
exceeds
method
its
of getting that
operational
one.
Value.
Looks valuable.
And the box to boot. Love a good 2-for-1. And hey, look! I said we would probably make it over to that squirrel while chasing these other ones eventually, and we did. Beauteous.
Now it'll no longer hurt anyone. Ah.
Find the medicine or the road is out. Got it. Alright. Oh, hey, a bot. I bet I didn't have the right component to fix this one last time I came through. I think I have all the Valley 4 components for bots now. I was missing that big 2x2 for a little bit. That one's all the way over there. Where's our closest chest? That is. I did not want to create a tag there. You know, I could have sworn I went through all this area before. I missed a box over there? Must have. I really feel like they did a stellar job at this game with all of the platforming puzzles and the different parts. I love it. Love it a lot more than Genshin and a lot of the other games that try to be Genshin adjacent, where they like just let you Spider-Man up the walls. Different pushing and pulling stuff around tends to be really well done. Running around back up top here again. It's clear how the climbing limits puzzle design in Genshin, because they don't let you do that inside of most domains. Yeah, absolutely. And that's just very clearly a holdover of Genshin wanted to be Genshin wanted to be anime Breath of the Wild when it released, and that was a Breath of the Wild thing where you could just like climb up shit. Like here, right? Like how do I get up to there? I need to take this and take it over to here. To then what a just good example of like what I'm talking about here. Where like, you know, if I could Spider-Man up the wall, there's no problem solving for this moment. Because I can't Spider-Man up the wall, I have to look around at my environment and figure out like where am I grabbing things from and how am I getting up here? It gives you gameplay in your exploration
Like these
while you're tracking
shift
things
the
down.
tide of battle.
Very, very well done. Oh, that is not the one I wanted to use. I wanted to use the one to find a chest. I don't know why it keeps creating tags instead of tracking the chest. Yes. I am streaming. Do you need something though? One second, chat. Alright. Ooh, where is that box? It is under... That is very under the ground. How do we get under the ground? There's the entrance right there. Lovely. Let's walk around these doors. Quick once over in here in case there's another chest or two that we missed before. My spouse stumbled onto Honkai Star Rail in the App Store and asked me what it was. I told them it's one of those Gooner character loot box sims like Genshin Impact. You're just on a space train, and they looked at me like I was speaking a language they'd never heard of. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know. Like, there's definitely some designs that are like well past the Gooner space. I think Honkai's maybe a little bit more offensive than Genshin is on average, but like pound for pound, I feel like Genshin and even this game too, to a good degree, like they have a good range of body types in them. Some of which are absolutely Gooner characters, but you know, like I wouldn't describe. Honestly, I wouldn't describe any of the 4 characters on this team as, like, Gooner designs, right? Like, they're furry characters, because, like, there's lots of animal characters or whatever, but, like, both the female characters here are very reasonably clothed and have reasonable body proportions.
Looks like
Yes, Zenless Zone Zero has a lot of goon, to say the least. I actually think Genshin is a little more Gooner, especially with Lauma and some of the newer characters, than Honkai. Yeah, I'd believe that. I really wanted Lauma for one of my teams, but I almost legitimately did not pull for her because I really am not a fan of those types of characters in these games. Not a fan of the design. It's just pretty unnecessary. And so smart. SMRT. Oh, there's another one. Oh, God. There's only one over here. I need 2 here. Clever. These games' designs have a lot more plausible deniability, but I look at some Hoyo games and I know deep in my soul what kind of person they make the most money off of. Yeah, it's probably accurate. It's probably true. Human being would notice that one on their own. None, Natsu. One is in the research center. I think I'm teleporting back out to here again and then walking in. That's maybe faster. Debatable if this was faster. the bot to save. That's a lot. So we're 4 across here. We're 3 across the bottom. Look at that. Beautiful symmetry. Oh, hey. What's on the other side of that?
Adverse variables are best taken out during the earliest phases of war.
Oh, this was not the right side to come into here from. That is upstairs. So where do we go for the upstairs? Is it through here? Question mark. It's been so long since I was in this area. Is this the elevator up over here? The elevator up somewhere here. I do enjoy this game's little Tetris logic puzzle minigame. I agree, Presto. It's one of the better like actual puzzles in one of these types of games I've touched. The have you whacked your way through many of the frogs in Wuling? I feel like the frog puzzles are also pretty good. Well, how in the hell do I get in there? There's enemies down in there too. Where's that? Huh. That one is not going to be quick and easy. I'll come back to that one later. That is an embarrassing one to have missed. The glass was broken where the sludge stuff is. Oh, was it? Okay. I'm gonna grab this chest here and then we can put it back over. We're platforming. Alright. Get this one on the first try, easy peasy. Look at how easy that is. What kind of idiot would miss that jump? Certainly not me. The glass was broken. What is that? Oh, so if it's broken there, I need to get rid of this. Huh. Is the source of that one underneath? How do I... Huh. Make my statement of come back here later, Stans. That feels like a... No, I don't think this does it. No, yeah, not at all. All right, gamers, it's 4 o'clock here in the cornfields. Appreciate the folks that stuck through the end today. We'll be back tomorrow morning with some more games with some snap in the afternoon, and we'll figure out what we're doing before and after. I'm Not exactly sure what. Oh, actually, I do know. Tomorrow at the end of the stream, we're gonna dip back into some Once Upon a Galaxy because they have their first monthly tournament up. I'm gonna play. I've been playing a little bit of that off stream, so I'm gonna play in their monthly tournament at the end of the stream tomorrow, and then maybe we'll kick with some more Arknights in the morning or something else. Maybe we'll play some more of the Paper Mario adjacent game that was fun this morning. I don't know. We'll do Snap into Galaxy at the end of tomorrow for sure. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Thursday wherever you're at in the world, and we'll catch you back around real soon, hopefully.